Welcome to Paranormal M, the home of thrilling tales and eerie adventures. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell for weekly updates. Well, daily updates, actually. Prepare to be mesmerized by the supernatural. A very personal experience a few nights ago burned into my head. I awoke like normal. As I opened my eyes, I was in the same bedroom. Yet only was in my immediate field of view was visible. To my right was a female, yet her face was a bit of a blur. No specific body type and outline with a sense of, love almost coming out. A calming being, in short. She touched my arm, brought out what seemed to be a vial with a needle of sort attached. I could not speak, but only feel energies, and we communicated by those feelings. I physically felt the needle go into the middle of my arm. I felt the needle go slowly into my bone. An intense pressure, yet a gentle feeling of it all. I felt calm. This is, I guess, supposed to happen. She drew the needle out, taking blood. What I can only guess is marrow, or removed something from me that needed to be rid of. Then she placed a slight cut in my arm and placed what looked like a hybrid surgical scissor into the cut. Cut up my entire arm, the first 2 layers of skin deep, exposing the fat layer and then the tendons. I felt nothing. I felt relief that she was cutting up my arm for some reason. There was no blood while cutting, and my skin was pure, it felt. I could do nothing but stare into my exposed, wide-open arm while the blur of her touching my arm. I looked at her trying to make her out, and I looked down again, and my arm was like nothing happened. I felt a peace feeling, almost a euphoria while she was communicating to me. I knew exactly what she was saying, but I heard nothing. I then woke up and everything was just said to me was forgotten. Yet everything else was a pure reality to me. I've never felt something so real and so vivid. I do not feel like I woke up again. I feel that I woke up when I encountered her. It's not left my head for 1 second. I have a very confused feeling. As being, this experience was not a dream to me, or at least I don't believe it was a dream. So I'm doing a home renovation, but there was something odd that happened. Cool. So, me and my best friend and roommate have been living together, 3 years now. Kind of important because we are so familiar with each other at this point. We have a beautiful historic home in the city, but with the rent skyrocketing and 4 dogs to clean up after. Spending $2,000 a month for a massive 8-bedroom home is simply not worth the cost anymore. We decided to downsize and stop renting. We're moving to a new house that's in need of a lot of TLC to make it livable. But it was a great deal, and it'll save me hours of my time in cleaning. Cost $3,000 less a month in bills for both of us. Such a good opportunity, but unfortunately the house, while new and quite nice, it's been through a rat infestation. It's kind of a hoarding site. The prior resident kept her stuff at the house, but had mostly abandoned it, and hadn't even slept there in 4 years. She chain-smoked inside every day when she was there, and I don't know if that has ever been cleaned. So we're definitely in the shit right now, getting it back into shape. Clearing furniture and tidying, repainting and power washing. Outside of changing light fixtures and appliances, repairing flooring, we aren't really doing a lot of major construction. Just sanitizing and redecorating, basically. We know the prior residents well, as we bought the house from his family. Definitely seems like the house got how it was due to, like, an undiagnosed depression. Well, currently my roommate is visiting his long-distance boyfriend in NOLA, maybe North Los Angeles, perhaps. I've been focusing on clearing out and repainting the sunroom. I'm almost exclusively there at night. A couple of nights ago, I was doing that when the back sliding door opened to the backyard and I heard my roommate's voice. Not any voice, his voice. I could identify that in my sleep, we're together so much. I couldn't tell what was said at all, but it was exactly his voice, and it sounded like a casual conversation, like he was talking to me out in the yard. I knew he wasn't even in the fucking state, y'all. Despite that, I really didn't feel scared or any bad vibes. I just slid the door closed and kept working. Nothing else weird has happened and I moved on, but I keep rethinking it. Without bringing this up, I asked him if anything weird had happened to him in the house, and he told me that years ago, while staying there, he was sure that he saw a man in the backyard and called the police. We live in a high-crime city, so that's not necessarily unusual. He said the police found no evidence of anyone on the property, and that sometimes when he stayed over there, he would hear weird sounds, but nothing that really alarmed him. That's when I told him that I'd heard his voice in the backyard, and now we're just kind of curious. I literally feel no negativity, bad vibes, or danger on that property, but I feel like I should. Close friend recommended a place, or rather, I place railroad spikes at the four corners of the property and iron nails above the exterior doors that led into the home. I don't know if I believe in that, or what it's supposed to do exactly. But if anybody else has any advice or similar experiences, or ideas about this, I'd love some additional input. My daughter used to really scare me. First of all, I'm really glad I found this sub, even though I consider myself as a very rational science person who doesn't believe in the paranormal. Some experiences with my daughter have led me to at least be more open about this, and also it still is something I'm super fascinated in, even if I struggle to truly believe it. I also never really talked about the experiences I'm going to tell you about. I'm surrounded by people who, just like me, will brush this stuff off. It all started in my last apartment when my daughter was like 4. I'm a single mom, and we've only been, really, only the two of us after I separated from her father. The first thing was when we were both playing in her room. She seemed very focused on our Playmobil game. That's when this conversation happened. Mom, he wants you to say hi. What? Who? The Playmobil figurine? No, Mom, the monster. He's sitting right next to you. Can't you see it? No, baby, I can't see him. Are you sure he's there? Yes. You really can't see him. He's waving at you. Then she started waving at something invisible next to me. I brushed it off as fantasy and changed the topic back to our playing. Another time, we're also playing with her Playmobil stuff when, that's sort of between me and her, she was sitting across from me with her face showing toward me. While we were playing, she annoyingly turned around and looked back and made the go away movement. Then she said stop. A few seconds later, she turned around again and did the same movement and said stop it. I asked her what's wrong, then she came to me and sat on my lap and did the same gesture again and said, go away. I asked her again what was wrong, and since I was really confused, she was like, monster keeps touching me and I don't like it. Honestly, this is where I started being creeped out. So I said, leave her alone, monster, and proceeded to play with her and distract her. But this is where I started feeling uncomfortable in my apartment. The worst was one night, though, when we decided to sleep in the same bed in my room since it was the weekend. I remember I woke up after 3 a.m. in the morning and saw her sitting on the bed staring at a wall. I asked her why she isn't sleeping, and she said, I can't sleep when that man is standing next to her bed. Now, as I said, I'm a really rational person who attributes these things to the kid's blooming fantasy, but in that moment, took both my non-existing balls to tell her that it's okay and cuddle up with her until she falls asleep instead of freaking the fuck out and leaving the apartment in the middle of the night. I still kept telling myself it's just her fantasy. That's all the kids have. What was stranger to me, though, was all these things stopped happening when we moved. She never talked about a monster or a weird man again, never told me she saw anything that I couldn't see. I know, compared to other stories, it's kind of rather lame, but I still get goosebumps whenever I think about that time in my former apartment. Just wanted to get this out there, since I never really talked about it. I work night shift at a 1920s mental hospital. Obviously, countless people have died here for various reasons. Hangings, a murder and suicide, beatings, an accidental overdose, electroshock therapy. There's 4 floors, with the 4th floor being the well-known hotspot for paranormal activity. Me being security, I have to check it out every once in a while. The 4th floor is essentially an extremely long hallway, approximately 1,800 steps. Has housing units on both sides throughout it. Each unit has a 5-inch thick steel door, and there's a window at the very end of the hall. They don't house patients due to the fact that the whole county took over a while before I started. It's completely empty by the time 3rd shift rolls around. The 4th floor is also the only floor in the entire complex that's completely off the ground due to the complex being built into a hill. It's also where the electroshock therapy took place a long, long time ago. This occurrence happened last week, Wednesday on 3rd shift. I wanted to do a walk through the 4th floor that night, around 3 a.m. for no other reason than I was feeling brave. I walk all the way down the 4th floor to the window. Eventually, as I got closer, I started seeing that the window obviously needs cleaning. When I got about 5 feet away, all of a sudden there was a handprint that would have been extremely noticeable from even 15 feet away. Look at the handprint. Turned around. I said, nope. Walked back down the hall. On my way back from the window, I peek into a side office area with my flashlight just to look. Nothing. Keep going, and after a couple of seconds, I sounded like someone was running up behind me. Walked even faster because everything in my body said not to turn around. As I kept walking, I passed by a unit. And as I passed, I heard what sounded like someone punching the door. Put it up to paranoia due to the running I heard prior. That is, until I passed another unit. Another loud thud, as if someone punched the door. So, at this point I started speed walking down the hall. And while I'm hearing footsteps following me, mind you, these units are not connected at all. The entire floor is entirely empty. And that's just one of my experiences. I've also been having dreams of a white, skinny woman in a hospital gown that has black hair with bangs in her face. I always thought she was just a recurring person in my dreams, until I talked with one of the CNAs that worked tonight in the kids' unit. Never brought her to the CNA, or rather up to the CNA, and we were just talking about ghosts. And she said that numerous people have said that they've seen the exact woman I just explained. I explained to the CNA in detail about how she looked at my dreams and she just went pale with her mouth hung open. Supposedly, this ghost is extremely well known throughout the hospital by various people. People have seen her in mirrors, have been locked in bathrooms, and have seen her walking around. But in my dreams, she always just appeared to run up to me, grab me, and scream in my face. There was this one dream in particular where I woke up from the dream to wake up in my duplex's stairway. I walk down the stairs because that's where my bedroom is, and walk into my bedroom. Once in my bedroom, I see my bed and my fiancée sleeping on her side of the bed, and myself sleeping as well. In front of my closet, which is on the side of the bed, I see that same woman standing next to my body, just staring at me. I walk up to her and I get the courage to ask her just who the hell she is. She looks at me, grabs me, screams in my face, then shoves me into the bed. That's when I officially woke up at 3:15 a.m. Got no clue who this woman is at all, but I still dream about her every now and then. Every single dream is in a different place, but she's just there. And it's been going on since I started working at this job. My childhood friend, Emily. This all happened in 2007. I was 9 years old, and my friend, we're going to call her Hannah, was 8. Every summer, her parents would take us to a campsite about 3 hours from home in northern Ontario in Canada. This campsite was in the Burwash district. Google search the Burwash prison for more information. Anyways, back to my story. Every summer for a few years running, we would head out to camp for about a month at a time. Camp consisted of a few cottages and trailers set up in a large park on the shore of a large lake. Each summer, we'd be greeted by our friends that we had made the previous years, and we'd have ample fun. This year was different. We met a girl named Emily. She was our age, but shy. She'd never eat and stayed over too late. We always assumed her parents were just strict. We had sleepovers, took photos together, and she became the third in our Three Musketeers group setting. One day, we're actually swimming. There's a floating dock with a slide on it. We decided to each other just to take turns to go down to make the biggest splash. My turn came, and for some reason, I was carried under the dock. And as I was trying to maneuver out from under it, Emily was holding me under the entire time. She wouldn't let me go. Finally, Hannah grabbed me and pulled me up. We both got out of the water and ran to the camp. We were reasonably freaked out that a friend would try what I saw as drown me. Yeah. The next day was the last day we were at camp. Emily came by and acted like nothing happened. She spent the day trying to convince us to walk along a river to a huge building. She said it was a few hours away, but we could spend our last day there and we'd have so much fun. We both felt something was off and decided we better not go. Yeah. Nothing else happened after that. Just kind of went home, and the following year, Emily wasn't there. A few years ago, we're looking at her camp pictures while celebrating my 18th birthday. When we reached the 2007 photos, we noticed Emily was missing from them. Curiously, we asked Hannah's mom, who told us that she always assumed Emily was our imaginary friend, that she had never actually seen Emily. In the photos, we can clearly tell that we left spacing for Emily in between myself and Hannah in most of her photos. We decided without speaking to one another to write down characteristics about Emily that would define her. We wrote the same exact things down. Very green eyes, brown hair to the shoulder, very fair skin tone, very skinny. What freaks me out is I remember being trapped under that dock, with her holding me there. But if she wasn't real, what was holding me under the dock? There's no way that we both imagined the same girl, the same name, same experiences and description of her. We remember her trying to get us to follow a river, and we realized that the river really led to the Burwash Camp Bison prison. We started reading up on the prison. We realized there were tons of encounters people had there. I'm not a believer in the paranormal per se, but this has me trumped. I have no idea why we both saw Emily, why she tried to drown me, or why she wanted to lure us out to a prison. Needless to say, we did visit said prison in the middle of the night. Whoa. That's in its own, completely different story. I may someday write about it. But I still cannot explain who Emily was, and how we both saw her. The same little girl. why she wanted me drowned and why she wanted us at the prison. If I were drowned, I would tend to believe in something. One of them got me. I'm as good as dead. Seemed like the perfect time to start a diary. I spend all of my daylight hours scared and alone in a musty old cellar. It's woeful. I bet it smelled this bad even before everything around here turned to crap. Great. My second sentence, and I've already resorted to swearing. When I decided I'd start this diary 5 minutes ago, when I got a tiny sliver of signal, I thought it would be my poetic and deeply moving goodbye to the world. Maybe I'd write about love and loss, or maybe the splendor of nature. Then, when all is done and dusted, I'd have left something to be remembered by, as well as my corpse, of course. This was a bad idea. Okay, I'm an idiot. There's nothing else I can do down here. I rooted through every cardboard box 100 times, organized and reorganized my supplies. I've even built a fort. So I'm back. Hello again. God, this diary's going badly. But there's just enough light coming through the boards I nailed over the cellar's tiny window to type by. So I may as well type. Stops me staring up at the window, just waiting for a shadow to pass by. Maybe I'll just write and not hit submit. Almost said subreddit. Where to start? Well, my name is actually, I think I'm going to refer to myself as X. Sounds mysterious. If you're reading this and wanted to know my real name, I still carry my purse. My rail card's in there, and if you really want to know who I am, I just try to go find me and fish it out. I won't bite. So, my name is X. I live in a little English village in the middle of nowhere, basically. Before all of this happened, I had a mom, a dad, a sister, and there was a boy I liked. His name was Jonah. I couldn't think of anything else to write, so I waited until I came back from my rounds, and that's the stupid name I have for when I go outside at night scrounging for stuff. Drinks are the hardest. I only trust bottles or cans. Or did. I was running out of places to search for them. But I guess that doesn't even matter now. My leg is doing alright, actually. Didn't hold me up at all. I saw Jonah, too. He looked better, I have to say. It's strange because this is the only second time I've seen him since we came here. Maybe his ears were burning. Anyway, I found some tinned pineapple in a creepy old caravan I hadn't searched yet. Had to bust the door open with Old Trusty, which I thought might attract some unwanted attention. It was fine. I'm actually eating the pineapple right now. It tastes good. I also found a radio there, and I've been finding about 3 down here, but none of them even work. Not that the caravan radio works either. All you get is static. It's just nice to collect something. You know, I have a hobby. I can tell the sun's rising. I managed to sleep for a couple of hours, but I woke up after a bad dream. I know some people can remember their dreams, but I never do. I wake up and grasp at them, but I never manage to hold them before they really fade away. It's like trying to pinch the corner of a wisp of smoke. The harder you try, the quicker it fades to nothing. I'm just left with a sensation, a kind of imprint which sums up most intense parts of this dream. A cold sweat. That's new. I've been through the box of photo albums I found at the back of each cellar again. I've looked through them a few times now, and I always notice something new. There's a photo of this little girl playing with a pretend guitar. I can tell it's pretend because it doesn't have strings, only brightly colored plastic dials, kind of like my first Guitar Hero or something. The girl has dark hair, and she looks a tiny bit like my sister did 1,000,000 years ago. I don't have a picture of my sister. I suppose I could go and get one from my old house. It's right in the middle of the village. I'm lucky I wasn't torn to shreds the last time I went back. So what I've done is put this girl's photo in my back pocket as a substitute. I guess I should probably write something about my real sister now, but I don't really think that's a good idea just yet. Daylight's starting to fade away, and I'm getting ready to go out on my rounds. I always take my satchel with me, packed with useful objects. I have old Trusty, my crowbar, which sticks out of the top for easy access, a small toolbox, pair of heavy-duty gloves, and that's a good story about how I got those. I'd write that one down later. And a hammer. I carry a penknife I found down here in my pocket, my purse, and my phone, and a torch in my hand. I don't like to use the torch because its battery is running out and there's always the chance it might attract them. I probably shouldn't have used it last night when I got back. Maybe I'm starting to enjoy this writing malarkey. Need to be careful with luxuries. Okay, I could have gone better, so picture the scene. I'm using old Trusty to try and lever a kitchen window open. That's when one of them walks right through the garden hedge. Seriously, straight through it. It's not the mightiest of hedges, but still, it just appeared like it was walking through one of those Japanese paper walls. My satchel was on the ground. I legged it anyway, I'm not stupid. I know we can go back for it tomorrow. I felt strangely naked without it on the way back, though. Like I said before, I need to be careful with the torch, so I think I'll try to get some sleep now. I slept pretty well last night. No nightmares, no cold sweats. Maybe a midnight chase was just what I needed to blow away the cobwebs. I actually woke up wondering about you. If you're reading this, who are you? If you're like me, living through this village nightmare, how have you managed to go this long without being killed or whatever? Maybe you're army or some such. Maybe you're just some kid who's played some video games that was just surviving all of this and it was already second nature to you. Or maybe you're like me, living on borrowed time and searching for a good place to die. Maybe future me was brave enough to tap submit on my diary and you're currently reading this on your phone or computer. Here's an idea. Maybe you can carry on this diary from wherever I left it at. God, I really hope there really isn't my last entry, although I do suppose any entry might be. If you do carry the diary forwards, and I'm a corpse, maybe it'll become cursed. Spooky. I've been preparing for my next excursion. If I know I'm going somewhere, I'll likely run into an ugly. I like to take extra precautions. And I want my satchel back. It's a present for my dad. I know it cost him a lot of money. So, I'm taking a pair of shears from the shelf of old tools down here. That way, if I lose old Trusty, I'll have a backup weapon. If you're local, I wonder how you'd like to kill them. Pretty morbid question, I know, but everyone around here seems to have their own preferred method. The last villager I saw alive carried a pair of mini cricket bats and seemed to have bludgeoning down to an art form. Never saw me, though. I was watching from a grove of trees as he killed his way along the main road near the village. That was before I decided to stay inside during the daylight hours. We can at least see a little bit at night, ambient light and everything. They can't, though. I've seen them. They bump into things. Pretty funny, to be honest. If they hear noise, they walk in the direction of the sound, never trying to avoid any objects in their path. They either bash said object out of the way or, like that hedge, blunder right through it. Obviously, bigger things stop them dead. If that happens, they sort of shuffle backwards and try again a few times. And eventually, and I've seen this too, they just give up and stand there waiting for something else to attract their attention. That's not how it works in the daytime, though. think it's about an hour before the sun sets. It's nearly time to head out. I'm going to change my bandage. 1 minute. Okay, I didn't look that bad, really. The original scratch wasn't too deep, and now the wound seems to be doing that scabbing thing I remember from normal injuries. It just doesn't smell very good. A bit like when you walk past a bin that needs emptying. Anyway, I've applied more antiseptic and redressing it in time to go. That was fun. I'm glad I had those shears with me. Got my satchel back. You'll be happy to know. I got inside that house, and I've been trying to break into as well. More through necessity, really, than choice in the end. But I'm pleased I did it. I found more batteries. That means I can justify renting at night a little bit more. In fact, the people who used to live there, I think the husband owned the local garage, was pretty well kitted out. There were, like, these tins in their cupboards, and they'd even left a shotgun. It wasn't loaded, though. Not that I need a shotgun, I didn't tell you this before, but I have my grandpa's old service revolver. He always told me and my sister that apparently he said it was decommissioned. My dad apparently knew otherwise. I keep it tucked into the back of my jeans at all times. It had 3 bullets. One of them's gone, so only 2 left. I'll only be needing the 1, of course. Morning, feeling pretty low today. I think concentrating on getting my satchel back took my mind off things, but now I feel pretty deflated. Surely that's understandable. The village I knew and loved had been replaced with this sodding hell. I miss my family, my friends, the TV, and hot dinners and Instagram. Before all of this, I was a pretty positive person. Sure, I had a bit of trouble getting up in the morning, but once I was up, that was it. I'd meet the day's challenges head on and try to enjoy myself as much as I could, you know. Not today, though. Maybe if I write about Jonah, I'll cheer up. Not Jonah as he is now, of course. Jonah when he was all smooth-skinned, curly-haired, and bright-eyed. Now he's like the anti-Jonah or something. His face looks like it lost a fight with an angry lobster. No, wait, I'm supposed to be writing about Jonah version 1 here. He's one of those people I can't remember meeting. My family's always lived around here, so there are a lot of people who've just always been, if you get me. I always thought he would drunkenly get it together at a party. And that's what I'd usually do there if I was a boy. Or rather, if there was a boy I liked. Pretty classy. I've perked up a bit. Out of sheer frustration, I went upstairs. Naughty, I know. Looked out of the window. Sure, I saw an ugly wandering aimlessly, as they always do, but I saw that the trees are starting to turn, too. That means it's nearly autumn, and I love autumn. My sister and I always used to go out and kick leaves at each other in the autumn. I don't know if it was because of, her low center of gravity, but my sister was amazing at it. She could somehow whip up a blazing whirlwind of golden yellow and fire red, surrounding us both in a leaf storm that I couldn't help but flail my arms madly at. Then we both fall backwards into the leaves laughing. Me wondering how on earth what had happened was possible. She was that good. God, I let her down in the end. I think I'll stay away from the house with the shotgun tonight. Usually takes a day or 2 for a group of uglies to disperse once they're all riled up. I could use the rest of that tinned food, I suppose. I've got plenty to be getting on with for now. Instead, I think I'll swing by another farmhouse I was scoping out before I decided to turn nocturnal. I never met the people who used to live there, but I remember Mom telling me that they liked their privacy. I'm sure they wouldn't mind me visiting now, though. Also, there's a woodland between here and there, and I might be able to find some leaves to kick about a bit. I think that'd make me feel close to my sister again. I'll check back in later. I'm still alive, but only just. Made it through the woods just fine, only the odd leaf in the forest floor at the moment, though, sadly. And The trouble started at the farmhouse. I couldn't get in. The doors and windows were barricaded. So I tried one of the, I guess you could call it an outbuilding. It was locked. It had a cat flap, though. My first instinct was to leave it. But then I wondered if there might be something useful inside. Lord knows what it was thinking about it now, but I lifted the cat flap with one hand and shone the torch beam through with my other. That's when an ugly dived at my pinkies. Luckily, it misjudged its leap and got a mouthful of plastic cat flap instead. As for me, I fell backwards onto my bum. Next, the damn thing started bashing on the door from the inside. I don't think it could have gotten out, but the noise attracted more uglies from out of nowhere. I only just managed to outmaneuver them, hightail it back into the woods. That's not the worst thing of it, though. On the way back, my legs started to hurt. A lot. I woke up this morning and I'm walking with a limp, and it's funny. Dad had a limp when he and Mom died. He was nailing planks of wood across our windows and doors, but there was no signal, as per bloody usual. We thought that what was happening here was probably happening everywhere. It's only recently that I realized this was an isolated local outbreak. Anyway, Dad dropped the hammer onto his toe. He always was useless at DIY. I think it was only a couple of hours after that when he and Mom were taken. It was like a wave of death. No, not like... Well, that's exactly what it was. The horde of uglies swept through the village, probably originating from the secret research facility in the woods that we're supposed to not know about. My sister and I wouldn't have had a prayer if Mom and Dad hadn't charged down the first few of them that got into our house. They gave us just enough time to escape, to run away and leave them to die. My sister was screaming all the way, and I had to drag her like she was 4 again. She wouldn't speak to me for a few days after that. I didn't blame her. I hated myself too. But I would have hated myself even more if I hadn't done what I did next. On my own, I snuck back into our house with the crowbar I found here. Then I dispatched my parents and can't bring myself to type it in any other way. It wasn't like in the movies. I didn't pound their skulls into mush while sobbing why over and over again. I just found them, and what was left of them forced the crowbar through each of their eye sockets. Came straight back here. Then came the crying. Haven't told you about the heavy-duty gloves yet, have I? After I got back to our old house, my sister started speaking to me again. A shared day-long cry will do that for sisters. Once we felt up to it, we decided to explore the parts of the farmhouse that we hadn't yet searched. All the bedrooms were empty, only a few belongings flung about the place. I suspect the previous tenants left in a hurry. The problem came when we investigated the attic. Once we'd opened the ceiling panel in the upstairs hallway, once we'd pulled the compact staircase down, I went up. My sister stood at the top of the hatchway, shining the torch beam over my shoulders. And that's when it touched me. Terrified, I fell to my left, screaming as the thing came crashing down on top of me. It was yelling things like, "Shoot it and run!" My sister was just laughing her head off. I soon realized that my attacker was in fact a shop window mannequin. I think the people who previously lived here must have been arty and into some seriously freaky stuff, because the mannequin was dressed in scarves and bandanas, ties and watches and loads of things. The rest of the attic was pretty empty, but at least we got the mannequin's gloves. I'm not feeling that good at the moment. I've got a sore throat and I've coughed up blood a couple of times. My leg pain's getting worse too. I don't think I'll go out tonight. I have enough tins left, and one of them is a full English in a can. Sounds pretty disgusting, but intriguing at the same time. I've been saving it for the near the end part, a sort of consolation prize. There's 2 mattresses down here. Obviously, one is mine, and the other one is my sister's after she died. couldn't bring myself to get rid of it. I don't have a photo of her, only Guitar Girl. Her bed's the only thing of hers that I have left, and she didn't even sleep in it that many times. The tinned full English was vile. You've got to laugh, though. What else can you do? Crying as I write this, tears of sorrow, shame, and regret. It happened as we're searching a cottage just off the main road. We'd used old Trusty to get inside. I'd rushed straight into the kitchen to find the food, and we'd run out more than the day before, and I was famished. My sister followed me into the kitchen, a wide grin on her pretty little face because I was sitting there with an open can of beans. Then one of them came at her from behind. I must have walked right past it on my stupid way to the cupboard. Bit into her neck, blood gushed all over the tiles, a torrent. She yelled out in agony, and I leapt and implanted the crowbar right into the thing's skull. Crumbled to the floor. Damage was done. "Don't let me lose myself," was the last thing my sister whispered to me. Then she passed out. Her wound was much more severe than mine is, and much closer to the brain. Seems to make it quicker. I took Grandpa's revolver from behind my back and blew her brains out. Buried her in the back garden. After my sister died, I went kind of crazy. Took old Trusty out across the fields and pulverized every ugly I could find. I don't even remember it that well. It was just find, kill, find, kill. We'd only been going out in daylight before then, but in my anger I carried out throughout the nights. That's how I learned about their inability to evade in darkness. Eventually, though, one got me. Found 3 munching on a dead cow and ran straight at them. Took out the first 2 easily enough, but the third managed to scratch my leg with a bloody fingernail just before I clowered into oblivion. Once I realized its nail had broken the skin, it was like a switch had been flicked inside me. That's it, I'm dead too. Kinda lost my bloodlust and came back here. If none of this had happened, I think my sister would have eventually gone into medicine. Was doing okay at college, but she was on top of the class at school. She had a really kind nature, too. She'd never squish any bugs that got trapped in her house, and she'd get a glass, scoop the little critter up, and seal it inside with a book. Then she'd take it outside and release it, even if it was a wasp. I've decided that here's not the place. I'll hit submit, and then I'm going to do it in those woods, what I wrote about. Consider this diary as my note. I'll be able to find a nice spot to sit and look at the trees. Some place that's calm and peaceful. Going to leave the picture of the Guitar Girl in the cellar, though. She belongs in this house. The tree leaves will remind me of my sister once more. I guess all that's left to say is thank you for listening. I know it's possible that no one will ever read this, but it's not really the point, is it? Ghost story passed around my village since the 1940s. Concerns. Old monastery pool. There's a place near my village that I'm too afraid to visit at night. They say Old Monastery Pool is haunted, and that this is the story which proves it. Just after the Second World War, and with, rationing still firmly in place, trading any extra food you grew or caught was a near necessity. A youth in my tiny Nottinghamshire village, known only as Young Charlie, understood this well. Back in those days, young Charlie could often be found in the Burrell Arms. I actually lived there now. Trading the trout and eels he'd plucked from local streams for just ration stamps. I suppose you know about Old Monastery Pool, one patron asked, as he exchanged a few stamps for one of Charlie's slender trout. Charlie shook his head. Never heard of it, sir. Plenty of big old fish in Old Monastery Pool, lad. He continued. It used to be the monks. Carp Pond. They reared them up for food hundreds of years ago. It's up in Glover's Wood. Trees moved in once the monastery was gone, but the pond's still there. Charlie's interest was piqued. Really? Have you ever fished there? Nah. You need Alsop's permission, else it's poaching, and me and him don't get on. Mr. Alsop was a local landowner. Charlie knew. But whilst Mr. Alsop apparently had grievance with this man, Charlie had never got on the wrong side of him. How come you know there's plenty of fish if you've never fished there? Must be, answered the patron, after a long swig of ale. Else, why'd Alsop have refused all the folk who've asked him to fish it? He's keeping all the carp for himself, miserable bugger. The next Sunday morning, there was only one thing on young Charlie's mind. Church was the only place he ever saw Mr. Alsop, and so that was where he'd get his permission. The old monastery pool was full of ancient monster carp, and Charlie was desperate to catch one. Mr. Alsop? Charlie asked. After the service. Is it true there's an old carp pond up in your woods? True enough, young man, Mr. Alsop answered. They walked up the narrow church path, and it belonged to the old monastery before it was burned down. Why do you ask? I was wondering if I might have your permission to fish it. I'd return any fish I caught, of course, unless you wanted me to bring them down to the manor. I don't think so, Mr. Alsop answered. Now I'd best be going. Lots to do. Charlie was devastated. Fishing was his life. He'd never had the chance to land anything truly remarkable before. A monster carp would be his crowning achievement. It'd have the pub talking for years. The next Sunday, Charlie beseeched Mr. Alsop again. But he got the same answer. So he tried again the following Sunday and was still refusing. The Sunday after that, he offered to go do odd jobs around the manor to pay for his fishing. The Sunday after that, he offered all the trout and eels he caught for a month. But still, Mr. Alsop would not relent. Charlie tried and tried, Sunday after Sunday, never giving up. Eventually started calling in Mr. Alsop at the manor itself. Lord, not you again, Mr. Alsop moaned. And Charlie visited the manor for the third time in as many days. I'm just desperate. I want to fish old monastery pool, Charlie said, before Mr. Alsop had the chance to usher him away. Please, just say yes and I'll stop coming here. I'll never ask anything of you again, I promise. The answer is no, I've told you. Why won't you let me? Charlie exclaimed. Why are you being such a grouch? Because of the abbot, Mr. Alsop barked back. When he refused starving villagers carp after a failed harvest, they strangled him and burned down the monastery to try and cover up the murder. I don't care about some old dead abbot, Charlie interrupted. I just want one chance to fish the pond. Please, Mr. Alsop, please. Fine, Mr. Alsop answered, throwing his hands into the air. But don't come crying to me when... But Charlie didn't hear the end of what Mr. Alsop had to say. He was already running back towards his house. As soon as he had his fishing tackle, young Charlie raced across the local fields toward Glover's Wood. What he found in the dying light disappointed him. The pond was easy enough to find, but it was clogged with pondweed and full of dead branches. Only a few patches of clear water remained, and Charlie thought he could see through them right to the bottom. It seemed that the water was only a few inches deep, hardly the sort of place that might harbor a monster fish. But he had come this far. Charlie chucked out a little stick that had a float and a worm. Or a stick float. Hoping that there might still be a few minnows around, maybe even an eel or two. Almost as soon as his float stood straight in the water, it was yanked under with the ferocity of a colossal pike strike. Charlie's line snapped instantly, but he didn't care. There is obviously something huge lurking in this pond. Maybe there was a deeper water below the weed after all. The perfect hiding place for the giant carp that he'd hoped would be there all along. Charlie wound in his loose line, sank back against a tree, reached into his basket and began switching to his most robust tackle. But in his eagerness, he couldn't resist a glance back up at the pond. Standing on the other side of the bank amongst the trees, the sinister shape of an old man dressed in tattered soot-stained robes. He said nothing. He just stared at Charlie through this unforgiving look and bloodshot eyes. Terrified, young Charlie shot up from where he was sitting and slammed his head straight into a low branch, knocking himself out. Night engulfed young Charlie when he came around. He remembered where he was, what had happened, and his heart was racing. Sat straight to squint through the gloom. No sign of any old man, but to his horror, the fishing tackle by his side was smashed to pieces. Young Charlie stood and ran without retrieving himself. The above is a story that is endlessly passed around the campfires when I grew up. Most of my local ponds are all inhabited by mirror carp, and apparently, they're all descended from carp the monks used to rear in their monastery pond hundreds of years ago. According to a local legend, the monastery was burned down when a cruel abbot refused fish from the starving villagers after a failed harvest. In doing so, abbot brought death and a terrible curse upon himself. Now he's doomed to patrol old monastery pool day and night, making sure no villagers try to take his precious fish. This picture is of the Burrell Arms back in its heyday. The last orders was 1952. As well as me with the local monastery descended mirror carp. I visited Old Monastery Pool in the daytime, and I can report that it is weedy, murky, and surrounded by twisted trees and thorny undergrowth. Certainly an eerie, unsettling place. I don't mind admitting that I was too creeped out by the pool to stay for very long. On top of that, I've always been too scared to visit at night or throw in a fishing line like young Charlie did. In fact, I don't know if anyone in the village who's ever fished the pond or been up there at night. However, even with the cautionary tales and all the whispers of curses and ghostly abbots, I still wonder what might happen if I did. Why not? Every night I dream of the same frozen hell. Started back in February. I came home from class one day and there was a photograph on my bedroom floor. Some sort of icy formation, a cave, or perhaps a weird glacier. A blue and white spiral that always draws my eye right into the photo center. I can never quite make out what exactly it is in the center, though. Sometimes it's hard to look away. I've never seen the photo before. None of my flatmates recognized it either. It was almost as though it had drifted in through the open window. Dark tidings delivered to me by the winter's chill. All I know is that ever since I found that photograph, I've been dreaming of the same dream every night. Almost too scared to sleep. There's only so long you can force yourself to stay awake, though. The dream always starts the same way. I'm already in motion. I'm running, sprinting hard across the frozen ground. Sucking on a lungful of icy air, I chance a glance to the east. Somehow I know where I am. The Predicorian sun is just fast disappearing below the planet's jagged horizon. Somehow I know I have to keep running. I see the cave. Henderson calls from behind me. We're nearly there. Onwards we run, bursting through the cave mouth just as the sunlight fades. Henderson turns and drags the scorched segment of fuselage operating our makeshift door across the opening. When darkness falls on Praetor, the temperature plummets to lethal lows almost instantly. We need all the protection from the night that we can get. We cut that line too, Henderson gasps as he switches on a lamp. What were you doing in the wreckage for so long? I huddle against the warm cave wall before I answer. I was looking for food. I found some more ration packs. Henderson doesn't thank me for it. He walks over to a retired water purifier, the only reason we're still alive. He removes the canisters and reaches for a couple of mess tins. A few glugs of filtered water into each, and he's crossing the cave toward me. Something wrong with the purifier. It's kicking out less to drink every time I run it. He hands me a tin, and I gulp down the water eagerly. Thanks to whatever geothermal processes are occurring behind the cave's walls, the water's at least a little bit warm. What the hell are we going to do? Henderson asks. He's squatting against a flat portion of a cave wall. Soon we'll have salvaged everything we can from the ship, and then it's only a matter of time until we're out of food. I don't respond, but the planet seems to. The night winds begin to howl outside. Every night since we crash-landed, there's been a fierce gale, the likes of which would probably be called once-in-a-generation storm back on Earth. What kind of a stupid name is Praetor for a planet anyway? Henderson exclaims, no doubt angered by the rising winds. It's more of a designation than a name, I answer. Glad to be off the subject of the ship and what remains of it. Some colonist project scientist probably came up with it. I don't know how I know all of this, but I do. Well, I am a scientist, and I say that we should have landed in a different planet than the Praetorian system. Anything but this frozen hell. It's a long time before either of us say anything more, the hopelessness of our situation weighing heavy in the air. We need to talk about the crash, Henderson says, breaking the silence. I shake my head. There's nothing to talk about. Yes, Henderson says, there is. 35 people are dead, not to mention all the embryos we need to talk about. We need to eat, and we need to get some rest. What's the last thing you remember? What? What's the last thing you remember before the crash? I don't know. Being in orbit, landing preparation, my memory's fuzzy. Liar, Henderson growls. Outside, the winds surge, and her fuselage door starts to rattle against the cave mouth. The only reason you can't remember is because you refuse to let yourself. Hearing the truth aloud forces the memories to come rushing back. I remember sitting at the controls. I was unable to stop myself from speaking. I remember entering the planet's atmosphere, but the ice storm, the alarms, Thruster 3 had failed, and I couldn't stabilize the ship. I realize Henderson is kneeling beside me now, holding my hand. Why couldn't you stabilize the ship? Don't make me say it. The wind outside screaming bloody murder. The fuselage door shakes violently, like something huge is hammering against it, desperately trying to force its way in. Henderson's voice cuts through the racket. Let it out. Despite my guilt, I do. When I come out of the cryo-sleep and we entered the Praetorian system, my cryo-sickness, it didn't go away like everyone else's. And who did you tell? No one. A tear was running down my face. Not even the captain, not even you. Why not? I'm the pilot, landing the ship. It was my one and only job. I didn't want to admit I was sick and let the crew down. I'm so sorry, Charlie. Suddenly, the wind outside dies. Where are we? Henderson asks, looking for the cave mouth and then back to me. I stare at him blankly. What? The crash killed everyone except for me and you. We can breathe this alien air without suits, and we don't have a scratch on us. It doesn't make any sense, so where are we? Praetor, I answered. Don't hide behind anagrams. Where are we? Never been good at word games, but deep down I know the answer. Purgatory. The fuselage door falls and its cave mouth is open. But it's not an ice-planet's hostile vista that greets me. It's a leaf-green expanse bathed in golden sunlight. I see the tree swing I used to play on when I was a little girl. "We all forgive you," Henderson says. "Even without cryosickness, there's nothing any pilot could have done in that storm with the failed thruster. It's time to forgive yourself as well. Time to stop punishing yourself." Then Henderson looks me dead in the eye. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" That's when I wake up, frozen to the bone no matter how many blankets I took to bed. Those words ringing in my ears. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Late night walks. I have insomnia, and I've had it for years. The best thing for me, I've found, is to just go out and walk for an hour or so. Never had any fear of going out late, as I'm a rather large man, and this was pretty easy at my college because of the layout is a rather large loop with plenty of open space and paths along, well lit. In the center of this circle, there's a large patch of forest that's unlit. Because of this, I've never walked the forest at night, but this night, no particular reason, I decided to change my path and go through the forest. I've gone through this path enough times a day, and it's clearly marked floor trails with wooden bridges at points and metal plates in the trees, all to designate the clear path. The only light I have is my cell phone. Just the worst type of flashlight. It's very bright, but only reaches out 10, maybe 12 feet. As I'm heading into the path, not more than a few minutes into my walk, I'm crossing the first bridge, and just as I'm nearing the other side of it, I hear a snap from behind me. I turned around expecting an animal, a fox or a raccoon. Perhaps there were a fair number of them around the campus I've seen at night before. What I saw was the other side of the bridge between the two trees, a figure standing at human height, but rather formless. The tree to its right has a metal reflector dish, making it so it was still too far from my flashlight to really catch. The hairs on the back of my neck raised. I was determined to just face my fear and identify whatever was on the edge of my light. I took a step forward, just one. I froze as my blood went ice cold and everything in my body told me to run. I just couldn't bring myself to take another step toward this figure. I decided I would leave as calmly as I could and slowly turned around and confidently walked away, continuing down the path at a steady pace. I wasn't even close to me being halfway through the forest from here, but did a good job of staying calm. Hadn't seen or heard anything until I was nearly at the end. At this final turn in the forest path, I can clearly see the street lamp at the other end. Now, admittedly, this last part of the path is rather swampy, the ground very quickly turning to mud. Kept my pace steady, not running, not slowing. Just the corner of my eye, I see it again. That white, formless figure, but this time it was approaching me. I panicked. I didn't run, I just kept my confident stride, determined not to let my fear get the best of me. 20 feet from the edge of the forest, I slip and twist my ankle, falling face first into the mud. The adrenaline in the moment carried me through and through, and I managed to just force myself back up and kept walking. As soon as I broke the tree line and made it to the sidewalk, I felt free, calm, and safe. I fell asleep shortly after getting home, but had awful nightmares. The next day I was feeling all right, and I decided to go back and confirm what I had seen under the sun. My girlfriend and I made our way down the path, went to the first bridge. Now, I had many markers to know where I saw the figure the first time. The bridge, the two trees, and the metal marker on the one. I knew I'd found the exact spot. There was nothing between the trees. It was empty space, and it was empty. Clear, a good distance in both directions. The second place I saw the figure was in an open clearing. The only thing of note was a fallen tree, but nothing near the height of what I saw. Never walked alone at night in that forest, but kept up my night walks around campus without incident. I had been in the forest at night with others multiple times, and after this. Never noticed another figure. It's been a few years now. Still don't know how to explain what I saw. There's a regular story, although I kind of like the other stories too. My ghost story, the haunted bathroom at Fort Irwin. I joined the Army in 1990. I got out in 98. That's when I hit my midlife crisis. I joined the National Guard. More than a few years after joining the Guard, I was volunteered and I was getting reassigned to a medical unit that was deploying to the Middle East. In January 2019, I reported to my new unit and learned that in addition to deploying at the end of the year, I'd have to go through an NTC rotation with the unit. What a joy. NTC, for those who don't know, the National Training Center. It's in the middle of the California desert. It's one of the most challenging training events my Army has, and as close to hell as we can get on this ball of dirt. Or so I think anyway. Skipping ahead, our rotation at the NTC was scheduled to back up to our deployment, meaning that we had to deploy our equipment from Fort Irwin instead of shipping it home. So, after 30 days in the desert, I got to watch my unit load up on buses and head home for a month while I got to stay at Fort Irwin, dealing with packing, customs inspections, and inventories. Out of around 5,000 guardsmen that made up the force deploying, around 300 of us, we had to stay behind. Because units don't typically have to deploy, Fort Irwin struggled to find a place for us to stay. The rotational unit locations were needed for the next unit that was coming in to do some training in the desert, and the National Guard barracks on the post were needed for California guardsmen who were doing their 2 weeks annual training that summer. So, after moving around a bit, we landed in what was known as augmentee billeting. This is where units that come in not to train but to assist the full post time. Opposition force, they stay. And lucky for us, there were no augments needed for the upcoming training, so we got to use these barracks for 3 weeks. This is where my story begins. The work we needed to do was long and hard. But after 2 weeks of the most heavy lifting being done, we started to enjoy some downtime. This coincided with our move to augmentee housing. When we first moved, the housing manager, a civilian, walked the senior leaders through the 12 buildings that we were to occupy, and the bathrooms that we were allowed to use. The setup was typical for Army short-term housing. Each building had 2 sides with bunk beds from front to back. The 12 buildings were occupied along with some others arranging in a square with large bathrooms and open shelters for meeting and eating. In the area behind the buildings, each unit had its buildings. The meeting and eating behind the building. Each unit had its buildings, and my unit had the one furthest from the assigned male bathroom. This was odd because directly behind our building was a male bathroom. But I guess that one was locked and it wasn't on the list to be assigned to us. Being older, I asked the housing manager if we could get that one assigned to us as well. Being older, I must use the facilities more often. I didn't want to walk halfway across the pad to the one male bathroom we had. He said, "Unfortunate, that one is not available," which I took to mean it had maintenance issues, just my luck. Fast forward a few days and I was coming back from dinner with my team in Barstow, California. It was late, and when we arrived, there was an MP, military police. There was an MP car parked in front of the building next to ours. Being sensitive to issues with the National Guard and the active duty, I decided to walk to the smoking area behind the building with the MP to see if I could find out who had messed up and what we could do to avoid paperwork. When I got to the end of my building and started to the smoking pit, I swear I heard a scream and running water from the locked bathroom. However, one of our senior females, talking to the MP at the smoking pit, while I looked at the bathroom as I walked by. I was more interested in finding out what was up with the MP when I reached the female NCO I knew. She immediately said, "You heard that, right?" I said, "Heard what, the scream?" "Yes," she said. "It's been going on for half an hour. Looks like somebody broke into that bathroom and is tearing up the place." Great, I thought. Somebody got drunk and is going to be arrested. Please don't let it be one of my guys. I turned to the MP and introduced myself. I asked if she'd been into the bathroom yet and if she had any idea who was inside of it. She kind of laughed and said, "No, both doors still have their locks, so I'm waiting for my NCOIC to get here and with the key." About that time, 2 additional MPs arrived, and one said, "Let's get this over with." They all started toward the bathroom. The senior MP turned to me and said, "Sir, do you and the sergeant mind going to wait through the other door?" I said, "We're not equipped to deal with some drunk. That's your job." He laughed and said, "No worries. I don't think anyone will come out that side. More of a precaution, if you don't mind." Satisfied, I walked to the sidewalk so I could see the back door. The noise from the bathroom was getting worse. It was clear all the showers were on from the steam. You could hear toilets flushing and what I assumed were stall doors banging. The MPs gave me a thumbs up as they went to unlock the padlock on the door. Suddenly, I presumed when they opened the door, all the noise stopped. All we could hear was the water running and then the MPs giving the military policy yell as they entered. Shortly after that, we could hear them yelling clear as they moved down the building and cleared areas. When they got to the end of the building I was on, they started turning off the showers and moving back toward the other door. I went to the front door wanting to see who they brought out. As they came out, the senior guy told his subordinates to make sure power was off and lock up. He asked me and Pryler, the master sergeant who had originally called in the disturbance, to walk with him. "When we go back to the smoking area," he said, "we didn't find anyone inside. I was indigent." Indignant? Indigent. Somebody tell me what that word means. Clearly, somebody had been in the bathroom, and I said that was impossible. He held his hands up and said, "Sir, this is not the first time this has happened. Every few months we get calls that somebody's messing around over here, and when we get here, we search and clear the building and find nothing but running showers, and if the bathroom has supplies, they'll be thrown all over. We never find anyone inside. I don't have an explanation for it, but from what I understand, this has been going on for years. There's a standing order that no MPs go into that bathroom alone, or at least one of the MPs doing a search must be male." "What the F?" I said. "Why is that?" He said he wasn't sure, but from what he had heard, a female MP had unexplained injuries when she searched the bathroom alone. In my mind, I said, "This is bullshit. It's the active army messing with the guard again." The MPs left, and MSG Pryler and I talked for a bit. She was originally from Louisiana and joined the NC Guard when she got out of the Army at Fort Bragg. I told her I thought this was a bullshit prank by the MPs. She wasn't so sure. She said she thought it was supernatural. I wasn't convinced. 3 additional times during our stay, people reported hearing noises, screaming, and running water from that building. Each time, the response was the same. 3 MPs would search the building and find no one. When it came time to clear the building, I asked the housing manager for a moment when we were done. He looked at me and said, "You have questions about the bathroom, right?" "Well, yes," I said. He looked at me and said, "I need a cigarette," and walked with me to my truck. This is what he told me. In 2009, a soldier who was doing an augmentation mission in Fort Hood committed suicide in that bathroom. Sadly, it's not necessarily uncommon. Soldiers' suicide is an all-time high. After his death, the housing team started getting reports of issues in the bathroom. The first instance were with the stall door, the one where the soldier died. It wouldn't stay on its hinges. They would get calls nearly daily that the door had fallen off, only to find it undamaged and laying on the floor. Then, during the period of no units using the building, they would come in, open it, only find the door off and on the floor with the showers running. A few years later, he said the MPs started getting calls. Some were screams and yelling in the bathroom. Some were people being punched while showering. In 2012, the building maintenance team and the MPs decided to leave the building locked. While it took one bathroom away, it was not worth the constant hassle of dealing with the calls. That's when the "someone is trashing the bathroom" call started. Early on, MPs would get the key and search the building, turn off the showers, lock it back up, and one night a female MP got the call. She arrived, went in, and was beaten somewhat badly. After a long investigation, no one ever charged her with assault. The MP herself said she didn't see her attacker, but that punches came from all directions. This is when the unofficial policy of 3 MPs, at least one male on the team, started. He looked at me and said, "I don't believe in the spooks and stuff, but whatever's in there, it scares me." I'll be honest, whatever's in there scares me a little too. Okay, that was unexpected. Okay, so this is a story that happened with me and 2 of my friends while we were at a night out at the school. My school was having a slumber party. At night, exactly at 1:30 a.m., me and both my friends felt like we needed to go and pee. So we went to use the washroom, relieved ourselves, and agreed that none of us felt sleepy. So we decided to explore the entire school. There are 2 buildings on our campus. We went in one, which is near the cemetery. We thought that we won't see anything. As soon as we entered the building, we started getting bad vibes. Felt like we must turn our backs and return to the building where all the other students were. But we were an adventurous trio. We decided to defy the odds and explore the building. What could possibly happen? We'll hear footsteps, see some huge stuff getting thrown in front of us. Nope, none of these. We started hearing someone talking. We thought that there must be another group exploring, but no. Suddenly, the temperature of the place suddenly fell down, like 0 degrees Celsius, even though it was summer. Then we heard a loud female scream, so loud that we thought that the students in the other building might hear it. We even started feeling that whatever screamed was coming running towards us. We turned our backs, ran as fast as we could. Upon reaching the other building, a teacher who was with all of us asked us why we came running so fast out of the next building. I told him everything that had happened, and he said that he didn't hear any scream. We thought that it might have just been our imagination. The next day, one of my friends who accompanied me into the building got a couple of scars on his stomach and chest. He even fell insanely ill. Tell me what you guys think about the, more obviously fictional stories that were in this particular set of videos. But I kind of enjoyed it. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the mysterious meets the extraordinary. Subscribe now and tap the bell to uncover chilling stories. Prepare to be drawn into a world of the unexplained. Creepy alien contact. One summer when I was 12, I was staying up late by myself and felt the urge to go outside. I went out my front door in a well-lit subdivision at probably 2 a.m. and saw strange lights and heard beeping noises coming from an adjacent street. I walked down to the entrance of that street, and I shit you not, it was a classic saucer-shaped UFO sitting in a cul-de-sac. I ran back to my house and tried to wake up my brother, but he wouldn't budge. I woke up my mom. She told me it was probably just a telephone transistor malfunctioning and to go back to sleep. I worked up the courage to go down there and see it one more time. I noticed that even with the sound and lights, not one other person was outside. I eventually went back home and went straight to my room and fell asleep. This This was highly unusual for me, as I always had a hard time getting to sleep, and especially after I saw a damn UFO. You would think I'd be freaking out a little bit more. I didn't even discuss it with my family in the morning. A week or so later, I woke up out of a dead sleep and thought to myself, and then I repeated loudly, "Hello, hello, hello." It still gave me chills around 20 years later. Something answered me back in a high-pitched, metallic-sounding voice. It said, "Hi." I immediately passed out from fear and remembered nothing else. Woke up in the morning, and again, I didn't feel the need to tell my family the fucked up thing that happened. A few years later, when the internet got bigger, I started looking for UFO reports in my area around that time, and there were several confirmed sightings of an unidentified light or craft in the sky from reputable sources, and at least one from a police officer. I don't believe in anything paranormal or spiritual, but I have no explanation for what I saw tonight. So, I have a dog, and I almost always walk her at night due to my schedule. I'm currently living with my parents, who live in a very upscale private community, one which I'm extremely familiar with and have walked hundreds of times before, both during the day and night. It's a very safe place. I never feel any sort of risk walking at night aside from visibility to passing cars, for which I wear reflective armbands. Tonight I was just taking my dog on her daily walk. We crossed a road that led from one section of the subdivision to another. While entering this next section, I noticed up ahead, about 80 to 100 meters, a figure moving down the road across from the direction I was going. The best way I can describe it's like a person was wearing a slightly luminescent white hat skipping down the street. The problem is, first of all, there wasn't enough light to get a clear view of whatever I saw. I could definitely see the light that appeared to be a hat of a person wearing one, but not enough to discern anything more. The most disconcerting thing was that even if it was a person wearing a light-up hat skipping down the street, they would have been moving in slow motion, almost suspended in air in between jumps. There was also no sound either. After seeing this, I yelled out several times asking if there was anyone there. I didn't get any response. At that point, I noticed that my dog was whimpering and had her tail between her legs. For me, this was the scariest part because I've never seen her act like that in any situation ever. If she sees another person while we're out walking, she'll get excited and pull on the leash, wanting to go up and say hi. If there's another dog or an animal she's unsure of, she'll bark and start running in circles around me. I've never, under any circumstance, seen her act scared and start whimpering. That was enough to make me go, nope, and turn the hell around, and, like I said, I don't have any belief in anything paranormal, but I have no intention of fucking around with whatever the hell I just encountered. So we turned around, finished our walk, and admittedly, I glanced behind frequently, making sure there wasn't anyone following me. We're now home and safe, with kind of leads up to me typing this out right now. I've never experienced something like that, and I have no idea what to think. Rationally, I think it'd be more likely I hallucinated or something rather than it being anything paranormal. But the thing that bugs me the most is my dog's extremely uncharacteristic reaction. If I had been seeing things, then why would she have behaved in a way that she never had before? Saw something lurking in my closet this morning. This morning I had the most frightening experience of my life. Just to put a setting in place, my room has my bed in the middle against the back wall, directly in front of my closet. Anyway, back to the story. I woke up with a sweat around 2 a.m. thinking it was too hot. It's getting hotter in Australia. So I got up to turn on my fan. I felt paranoia as anybody would feel walking across their room at 2 a.m. But But something was strange, something was watching me. I don't know where from, but I thought nothing of it. I put quiet music on in my home. Or in my Google home. What is that? Then I went back to sleep. I woke up maybe at 3:50 a.m. again, still sweating. This was strange as I just turned on my fan and my music had stopped and my Google Home was showing the sign that it was trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. I realized I was too tired to move, so I shifted my eyes to in front of me to reveal my closet. Then I saw someone staring at me with a flat expression. I squinted my eyes to see if I was looking clearly, but as I realized I was in reality and everything was real, I realized I was awake. A flat expression shifted to a large smile. I got up in my bed to get my fight or flight instincts ready, but by the time I lifted myself up, the noise of something falling came from my closet and the doors closed. My Google Home reconnected to the Wi-Fi and blared my music aloud. My parents walked into my room and said, "What's going on? What's the noise?" I explained everything. They believed me. We ended up moving my mattress into the floor into my parents' room. Anyway, now it's been maybe 10 hours since this experience, and I'm still shocked and in confusion. What if I never woke up? Was the sweat a warning sign? Why was my Wi-Fi disconnected from my Google Home and reconnected when it was closed shut? If anybody had, a similar experience, help me out. I'm scared to go into my room now. I know it's easy for me to be seeing stuff, but it reacted when I knew I was awake, but something is not right. I always wonder if this entry hadn't saved me from something terrible. I lived in a haunted house when I was a kid. Always felt uneasy, like I was being watched, especially at night. I'd often have intrusive thoughts and emotions, like don't make noise or you'll be in trouble. It was more aimed at a shed near property, like whatever was there was dangerous. Whenever I was outside, I would keep it in my sights. I even saw an apparition, an old man with thinning hair wearing a white shirt and blue jeans. They were overalls, and they were unlatched on one side. His face looked, normal, and yet at the same time like it was warping and my mind didn't understand what I was seeing. He just glared at the house from across the street, until he realized I was looking at him. Then he turned to stare at me. I was frozen, which actually happened before I even saw him, just the spot itself, until my mother, who'd gone inside, called for me and broke whatever was happening. When I looked back, he was gone. This was the same house where I was diagnosed with epilepsy, had my first real only sleepwalking incident of which I remember everything about. Like I specifically recall, wavering for several minutes before grabbing my pillow and taking it with me. If my mother hadn't woken up and I'd gotten caught by a kitchen chair, I feel like I would have gone outside, if not to the shed itself. A few years back, we were back in that area and my mother decided she wanted to drive by it. The emotions I felt were still there, only they seemed stronger than I'd remembered. The intrusive thoughts were there too. They were saying that we needed to leave, that we weren't meant to be there. No one was meant to be there. Now that I'm older, I feel like an old man was separate from the uneasy feeling I felt about the shed. I'm certain it was him who didn't like noise, who left the intrusive thoughts and feelings that I'd get in trouble if I'm too loud. But the shed seemed different. The house still stands empty from what I know, and it's overgrown and falling apart. We were told nobody ever lived there for too long. Exploring abandoned school. So me and my friend found an abandoned school building and decided to check it out on the inside. When we entered, there was nothing too weird going on. We walked a bit around looking into classes and guessing what they might have been for. We were somewhere in the second floor when we started hearing footsteps on the third floor, moving to the attic. My friend wanted to leave, but I decided to check it out. When we entered the attic, though, it was completely empty, except for some interesting items. The first odd thing I saw was a random ladder that had been sprayed with paint. Just a table and pants, also painted with paint, and a knife. I decided to leave when I noticed the knife, and this is when I heard the basement door slam, and not just normally slam, but violently slam. We stayed silent for a few seconds until we heard footsteps going down to the basement with heavy steps. When we noticed this, we decided to take this chance and just bolt. We ran downstairs to the main floor as fast as we could, running out of the building, taking our bikes, and got the hell out of there. We came home safely, not believing what possibly could have happened if she got to us, until I froze. My friend asked what was wrong until I said, "Where was the person that entered the attic?" Didn't hear or notice anyone leave the attic, and it was completely empty. So, where did he or she go? We still don't know the answer. Unknown. Throughout my life, I've experienced a plethora of paranormal happenings. I'm not a medium, I don't think. I don't talk to ghosts or see them often, but I would say I'm sensitive particularly to sensations and energies. But those stories are a bit lame, so I'll go into detail about the experience that really matter. Starting with the longest as well as most significant story that I can remember, which is around 7th grade. One of my closest friends at the time had a haunted house that was built during the times of the Underground Railroad. And based on the layout of the basement and the history of the area, we also used as a stop for those traversing the Underground Railroad. I had some weird experiences there, seeing the back half of people around corners or ominous feeling like sensations, but nothing like this. He had a large basement with what was basically opened portions of the walls for storage. A bit above the ground, like a window with no glass that led back about 10 feet or so. A crawl space is what I think they're called. The basement was laid out in a way so that when you come down the stairs, there's a wall on the right. A wall just in front at the bottom. So you went to the basement on the left. In doing so, you're welcomed into a large rectangular room with a door about 10 feet on the left leading to a smaller room, as well as 2 doors straight ahead. That's on the opposite side of the room. That was basically a large closet on the left side and a propped open door leading to under his front porch. That's where any bit of light would come, and I could really remember my debris and trash. In that smaller room I mentioned on the left side of the main room, that was where those interesting storage areas were. Maybe 2 or 3 of those crawl spaces, one on each of the inside walls. It kind of gave the impression that something or someone was being hidden in that basement. Hope that makes sense. That's just a design. It would do the story well to explain how ominous this house was. As I said before, I pick up on energies and feelings, often getting a bit of my tingle down my spine when I feel things. This house was heavy, sad, and extremely grating. As a kid, I loved ghosts. Still do. I found myself over there constantly trying to work up the courage to go down to the basement and ghost hunt. Usually, nobody else would want to do it, but on this specific night, it was just me and the kid who lived there. I'll call him Aiden. I was actually able to convince him to ghost hunt with me. I'd brought an old camcorder with a shitty night vision mode, an EVP recorder, and some flashlights. We went around the main floor doing what kids do, asking is anyone there, and freaking ourselves out. We went from room to room and repeated this tactic. Nothing happened, not until we went into the basement. As we worked up the courage to do so, I open the old door and I'm greeted with pitch darkness. I flick on my flashlight and we make our move. We rounded the corner at the bottom of the stairs, those old wooden kind with the gaps in between, with me leading the charge full of false confidence and excitement. We flashed our lights around the main room, scanning over large piles of trash and debris that the old unfinished basement had piled up over the years and years of neglect. Spider webs and dust skewed our vision a bit deeper into the room. We trudged forward, making sure to watch our step. Our first goal was to enter the side room off to the left. A large storage room with shelves and, of course, those crawl spaces I'd mentioned. We asked the typical questions as I switched on the camera. Aiden did the same with the EVP recorder. I felt cold, but it was cold that night, so I brushed it off. "Is anyone here?" Seconds went by with no sounds. "Can you send us a sign?" Nothing. I scanned my flashlight through the crawl spaces and I saw nothing but large tunnels of dirt and debris. It was creepy, yeah, but nothing more than some kids being afraid of the dark. We moved on and out of that room, back into the rectangular main room. We moved toward the small closet and the propped open door, continuing our questions when Aiden decided he wanted to go inside the closet one. He wanted to do this alone. I decided that that was fine. I stood outside alone asking my own questions and quietly shitting my pants. It was terrifying, such a heavy and disturbing presence, but nothing happened. Nothing but silence. After what felt like 10 minutes, Aiden exited the room disappointed and said he'd gotten nothing. I sighed in agreement and we resigned ourselves to going upstairs to regroup and try something else. We walk about halfway down the rectangular room toward the stairs when we hear a loud, grating, scraping sound from just behind us. Then a sudden bang! We both scream desperately and run for the stairs, tripping a bit on the way and using our hands like dogs to propel ourselves up the stairs in record time. Going up those stairs with the gaps in them, I just barely registered that the propped open door had been slammed shut. I didn't have time to look. I couldn't look. I had to get out of there. A few minutes go by of us in utter disbelief, asking ourselves what the fuck just happened. It was all so fast and yet so painstakingly slow. All that silence just led up to me making the conclusion that much scarier. We couldn't just leave it be. Of course not. We were kids. White kids at that. Okay. So, we decided to go back down and officially see what had happened. We turned on the overhead lights and cautiously made our way down. As I suspected, the door was slammed shut, but not firmly like I assumed. There was a small crack filled with piled-up trash and debris, but it had still closed significantly. We looked around for any explanation as Aiden insisted profusely that this door had never been shut. Then we found something, an old hard plastic Nalgene water bottle. It was in a crack. It was covered in dust and debris, now full of deep scratches and scrapes. Based on the position of the bottle and the door that we assumed it was what was propping the door open, if it wasn't, it was evidence that something unnatural had happened. It was ripped like someone ran a mile with it, scraping the ground and scratched like Wolverine got his claws on it. The door had shut so violently with the bottle just under it, it had basically crushed the bottle as it slammed itself shut for no discernible reason. In fact, the way the debris were piled up in the crack of the door with the bottle made it impossible for it to swing shut from wind or gravity. It would take considerable force even for an adult to shut it at all. We couldn't believe it. Just kind of gave up and all went upstairs to think about it until we passed out. I still have no explanation. That's one story. I have many more, but I'll cherry-pick the best ones for you guys. The next one was in my friend's house, and the layout is irrelevant, so hopefully you guys won't be as confused. Me and my friend Clay and our mutual friend Will, fake names for privacy. Went to sleep at Clay's house watching some shitty movie, and of course everybody fell asleep before me. Clay's house was haunted too, not in the same way that Aiden's, but definitely an ominous place to be in. Some of my friends, including Clay, claimed to have seen a man in a tall black hat and suit in the basement window more than once. I have picked up on a woman in white that other friends have also expressed feeling or seeing. I say picked up on rather than seen because I didn't see her with my eyes, but more in my head. Like I knew the position halfway up the stairs facing me with a large white puffy dress and her hand on the banister, face obscured by the stairway ceiling. Hard to explain, but not super exciting nor relevant, but it does help set the scene. Anyways, I'm laying on the floor in front of the TV, about 5 feet away from Will. He's also sleeping on the floor right next to Clay's bed, which he of course was sleeping in. I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Being the last awake in a house I already felt the creeps in, but eventually before I knew it, I had passed out. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to a menu of the movie playing over and over again. Back in the days when Netflix was so new that people still used DVDs. I was half awake and groggy, but something was off. It was so silent, and yet the flashing light of the menu screen and the faint music filled the whole room. I look at my friend Will sleeping peacefully on the ground. Can only really make out his shape as his face was facing the other direction. He was knocked out, and seeing him made me feel a bit at ease. I look around the room, watching as the light cascades over Clay's furniture. Turn my attention to the door. I see that it's closed, which also eases my stress a bit. Then I shift my body to my side and look up to Clay's bed. Looming over him is an oblong black shadow or mist, for lack of a better word. It was undulating, sort of rhythmically, like a heartbeat or something. At first, my brain wrote it off as a shadow created by the light that was beaming from the TV, but then the menu shifted to a scene briefly that was much brighter, and the room was illuminated significantly, showing the black shadow even more clearly. But it didn't change. With this bit of light, I could make out the depth of the shadow. Off the wall a bit and in the air, instead of plastered against the wall, and yet it became no brighter. No bits of its form were illuminated, but everything around it was. It was like it absorbed the light rather than reflecting it, like a natural object would. I was very suddenly lulled back into sleep, no longer in fear or anything, just passed out. It was as if this figure noticed my gaze and didn't want me to see. When we all awoke, all of us had our pants down, our thighs around our knees. Me and Clay were wearing jeans with our belts fully buckled when we passed out, and yet they were undone and around our knees. It was pretty violating, but at the very least we still had on our underwear, and we were teen boys, so we just laughed it off, or tried to. I told them about what I saw, but I'm sure they didn't believe me. Looking back, I'm disturbed more by the pants than the apparition. Agree. Years later, I was living in a house with my mom, and we absolutely loved it. To clarify, for purpose of the story, this house didn't feel haunted to me. It had its weird moments, but it was a pretty regular house. It had a finished basement where my brother and I stayed. For purposes of the story, I'll explain the layout around the area of the house. There's a landing and square hallway, that's when you entered, and it had a bathroom on the right, a room just ahead, and a room on the left. Further on the left was an entrance to the basement. From the entrance to this landing, you had a good peripheral view down the stairs. The stairs went down about 5 steps before the wall opened up on the left side, revealing a view into the basement living room. At the bottom of these stairs, they turned to the left, which was clearly in view from the top of the stairs, thanks to that open portion of the wall. Again, I hope that makes sense. I got home from school one day when I finally got my own car. There's no one else parked, just me, newly freed teen with the ability to finally go where I please. I was so excited about driving that I didn't really register that there was no one there in front of my mind. It was an afterthought. Came into the house, eventually entered that little landing I told you about. Out of the corner of my eye, on the left of the bottom of the stairs, on that left side, just barely in view from that exposed wall, I saw something. Or someone. I did a bit of a light double take and looked directly for enough time to register a boy, about 14 or 15, with that kind of emo Justin Bieber haircut. The one where one of your eyes are obscured a bit. He was standing facing the wall, looking toward the stairs, but not at me. He had brown hair and a jacket that was, as far as I can really remember, either black or gray or black and brown. It did have black stripes for sure, horizontal across the unzipped earth, 2010's looking jacket. He was a white kid, maybe 5'8" or 5'9" max, wearing either jeans or khakis. I got all of this from my peripheral view and a very, very short direct view. It was years ago, so forgive me if I'm forgetting a bit. I thought nothing of it. I thought nothing of it because this was my brother. But the weird thing was, this was my brother about 3, maybe 4 years before we had moved to that house. A preteen when we were at the time about 17 or 18 and 19, 20 respectively. As this all happens in a second or less, I turn back to the stairs absent-mindedly and go into the bathroom to wash my hands. I had something sticky or gross on them from whatever. As I did this, I call out, "What's up, man? Didn't see your car. Did you drop someone off?" Just kind of looked at myself in the mirror, expecting an answer. Nothing comes. Starting to hit me as I process everything I saw and realized there was no response as well as no cars outside. My stomach dropped. I came out from the bathroom, peered down the stairs. Silence. Ran down expecting an intruder or something, and I scoured the entire basement. No one was there. I was sweating bullets. I was beginning to realize that even if that was my brother, he was so much younger than he was supposed to be. He's wearing the style of clothes he didn't wear anymore. He was expressionless, maybe even featureless. I didn't look long enough. I ran upstairs and sat with my dogs until he got home. Only took about 20 minutes as he was at a friend's house just down the street, and we all had plans. He was in disbelief too. He brushed it off and we all just kind of moved on. I had one more experience in that house that sticks with me. I was in my room in my bed, which was situated in a way where the closet and I had just kind of on the left about 5 feet. I was watching something on my little TV and kind of tunnel visioned on whatever scene I was watching when I just heard something rustle in the closet. It was very light, almost unregistered sound like clothes hanger shifting its weight. I look over and gasp slightly. A hand, almost orangish or yellowish. It was just beyond the wrist and facing me from the right side of the closet, the side that went back a bit behind the wall. As quickly as I'd seen it, it retreated into the closet behind the wall. Instantly, I shot up and checked to find that, you guessed it, nothing. Nothing out of order or anything. Weirdest thing was that it made no noise when it retreated, but it moved so fast. Inhumanly fast, like if you got shocked and your arm just immediately retreats without you meaning to even move it, but even faster. Kinda just sat down and looked there for a bit. It never happened again. I did have one more story from this house, but it happened while on psychedelics, so I hesitate to share it in fear that people will amount it to tripping. Seems fair, though. Finally, I get to my more miscellaneous stories. These ones are going to be a little bit more rapid fire, but I think they're relevant enough to tell, and they seem to get good reactions with friends and family when I tell them. The first still haunts me to this day. When I was around 9 or 10, my grandfather passed away. He had a super nice house, and after the funeral, everybody gathered there to talk memories and mourn the man that he was. I, as a little kid, didn't really understand it at all yet, and I really had to poo. I know, kind of gross, but we all do it. I don't think the leader of North Korea does. Went into the bathroom on the main floor and sat in there for maybe 5 minutes listening to the ambient sounds of talking just outside and trying to distract myself from the discomfort of making any sounds or leaving myself. That's when the silence is broken by a boisterous and manly laugh. It was echoing all around. It was just a quick one. It was sort of like, and I legit shit myself. Quickly, I cleaned up on the toilet and ran outside, interrupting everyone else, asking, like, did any of you just laugh? They all kind of shook their heads, and my dad said, no one's laughing. I felt super embarrassed, so I just let it go. Looking back, I don't think anybody did. It was a funeral, but I never forgot. I think it was my grandpa. I remember his little, I guess you'd call it a living laugh. That's because he died when I was so young, and we didn't really visit him often. He lived hours away. I think I remember the laugh. Next, I'm in my mom's current home. I don't live with her anymore, but at the time I did. I was with my girlfriend in my room, and I asked if she wanted some food. She said yes, and being the young adults we were, made us some nachos. I went alone, and the whole house was dark. It's a really small house, basically a trailer, but not. There's not much space to be freaked out in. Also, we have so many animals all the time, so they kind of kept me sane. As I walked down the dark hallway, I distinctly remember seeing all 3 of our cats asleep in the couch in the living room off to the right. I get to the kitchen, I get to work with no issue. I successfully handcrafted a masterful plate of nachos. Man, I'm hungry. I was headed back to my room. I turned off the kitchen lights behind me. As I round the corner to my room, I hear thud, 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 thud right behind me. It was increasing intensity with each step until it basically was on my back. I pivot as fast as humanly possible, and I see nothing. The hairs on the back of my head and neck are going crazy. Nobody was there, not even a cat or a dog. I checked. Everywhere, all around me. Nothing at the end of the hallway either, nothing. And if it was a person or an animal, there's no way they could clear the hallway without any noise or at least me seeing them. I shuffled into my room, told my girlfriend. She didn't believe really me. Still probably doesn't. The last stories are dreams, but I promise they're relevant. My girlfriend's house is really old, and since the first time I've been there, I've sensed a younger adult woman ghost in her basement. She watches me. Specifically me, I think. Maybe because I'm a man and that house is all women and one small boy at the time this happened. Maybe she doesn't like men, or just me. I never saw her, but I could always feel her. Still haven't to this day seen her, and I don't know if I will really, but sometimes things happen there. Small things. Small sounds like a step or a moving object. But I had this dream one night when I was sleeping there. Standing at the bottom of her stairs in the basement, almost locked in place. To my right is where they have a water furnace about 20 feet back. There was a miscellaneous storage stuff in front of me and to my left. It was exactly like it is in real life, or the way it was at the time. Couldn't take my eyes off the furnace. I wanted to, but I just couldn't. That's when she emerged from behind it, walking up from the left side. A white woman with dark brown hair and a white dress, as they often are. She stared at me. She had no face or features, or at least they were changing too much to tell. I watched as she slowly came toward me. I tried to scream or run or fight, but I couldn't. She approached closer and closer, so I struggled to... She was just feet away. That's when I gave up and I said, just fucking get it over with. She got closer, reached out her arms, and she was grabbing me, and it all went black, and then I realized my eyes were open in a dark bedroom. I was awake now, and it was just a dream. But it all felt so real, like a message, not necessarily threatening, but not friendly either. Lastly is a story my girlfriend and I discuss a lot. My girlfriend's mother had a husband who passed away tragically. He was murdered. Neither of us knew him because it was before either of us were born. but it had left a massive impact on her and her family. Her great-grandmother, when my girlfriend was born, said, "I can't believe he's back so soon," referring to the late husband. Nobody knows what she meant, but my girlfriend infers that she's a reincarnation of him, or that he just protects her, leaning more in the latter. One of my first times staying at my girlfriend's house, I had to sleep on the couch away from her. We were 16 and her mom's pretty traditional. I fell asleep no problem, but awoke in a strange dream. I was watching from the perspective of something high up, close to the ceiling in the living room where I slept. But it wasn't now. I was watching as this young white man knocked on the door and my girlfriend and her mom opened it. I specify white because in the dream I was not white, and I knew that. This is important because my girlfriend's mother's late husband was a Mexican man, just as her father is, and I felt anger. The white teenager came in and had bags of clothes and stuff, smiling, making pleasantries as he tried to come in. They helped him into the living room and started talking and eating. The anger I felt grew. I watched as time passed like a time lapse, but I stayed the same. Those multiple days of this white kid being integrated into the family in what felt like my family. I felt like he was fake. I felt like he was a fraud and a bad influence, and I hated him more and more as time passed. Suddenly it cut to a night and I'm in the same position on the ceiling. My point of view turns down to the couch right below me, where the kid now slept. In the same exact position that I was sleeping in real life. My anger boiled up inside of me like a fire burning in the pit of hell, and I started growling as I got close to him and floated over him. The kid groggily looks up at me and we lock eyes. He looks horrified. Then I yell as the anger boiled over. I yelled as hard as I could to signify that he's not welcome. He tried to scream, but he couldn't, or I couldn't. I was awake now, trying to, I think that I was trying to scream with everything in me, but I was just whimpering. I felt so hopeless and scared. Getting chills writing this, as cliche as that sounds. This dream has left a massive mark on me. Now I always think about how my girlfriend's guardian angel warned me to not fuck up. The way a dad would with their daughter. Never got that from my dad. Or from my girlfriend's dad, as, well, he left her when she was young and was not a good father or husband at all. Prankster spirit at a truck stop in New Mexico. This all happened about a decade ago. It was at a TA travel center in New Mexico. I worked the night shift as a prep cook there. While there, I had a few strange experiences that I'll detail now. The first was pretty standard. I was chopping onions and out of the corner of my eye, see a figure walk past me and stop in the corner. When I turned to look, no one was there, and I felt the base of my spine go ice cold. So to clarify, my family has a history with spirits. I had a great-grandma who was a medium. I used to see shadow figures all the time in my childhood home until I was 15 or so. Then I started seeing them again when I was in a deep depression with suicidal tendencies. Much better now, in my early 20s. That chill down my spine always accompanied these experiences, and I use it as an indicator that a spirit is maybe near. Anyway, after that first experience, I started to ask around, and this was a common occurrence here. 3 or 4 people had the exact same thing happen. Busy with a task, a dark figure at the edge of their vision walks by. That's when they turn to look and it's gone. It would happen again occasionally, but I just ignore it. The second wasn't a single incident, but something that happened regularly. Usually after seeing in the corner of my eye again. Part of my job as prep cook was to make large batches of soups and chilies for the next day. I'd put these 5-gallon pots on the burners with the meat and start browning and turn to chop the veggies, and when I turned back, all my burners would be off. Fairly innocuous, but it happened too often for it to be my error, and again, it was accompanied by a chill in my spine. The chilly in front of you. The final incident actually happened to somebody else, but I was present for it. To explain, here's a quick rundown of really how to walk out or in, how the whole thing was laid out. The door was in my prep kitchen. Inside the walk-in was a second door that led to a freezer. The freezer had its own light switch that was located in the regular walk-in fridge. So the line cook goes into the walk-in. I think nothing of it until he comes out a hot few minutes later wanting to kick my ass. After I calm him down, he tells me he was in the freezer section when all of a sudden the lights turn out. Then he starts to hear a man laughing coming from the main walk-in. I let him know that not only was it not me, but I'd been in the kitchen the whole time and no one else had gone in. He goes white as a sheet and didn't want to talk any more about it. Anyway, those are my experiences at that truck stop. Thankfully, I have not much contact with the other side now and I'm in better headspace. But I have a couple others from my time in New Mexico, if anyone's interested. Ghost with a sunflower mask. At the start of the year, I went to the Philippines for about 2 weeks and spent around 10 days at my late grandmother's house. My grandma died in 2010. This was the first time I had visited the country since 2008. My mom and her siblings have shared custody of my grandparents' house, but it's usually empty unless family's coming into town. There are 3 rooms in the house, an office, a large spare bedroom, and my grandma's room. Since I'm a 23-year-old male and was staying in the house with my mom and my 2 other aunts, I was assigned to stay in my grandma's room by myself. The first night I didn't see anything. The second night, I went out with my cousins and just treated them to dinner and some drinks. I wasn't out super late. I probably got back around 12 or 1 in the morning. I also didn't drink very much due to jet lag. Naturally, I went to bed as soon as I got back. At around 4 in the morning, I was on my side and I woke up momentarily to roll onto my back. As I rolled over, I opened my eyes. I saw a figure at the foot of my bed. I've been trying to dismiss it as a shadow or a sleep paralysis creature, but I was wide awake at this point and could make out details of it from the ambient lighting from the window. It was humanoid and it was solid, and it was wearing some type of bedtime gown, except it looked like it didn't have its arms and its sleeves. The most particular detail, or peculiar perhaps, is the sunflower mask it seemed to be wearing over its face. I couldn't make out any particular colors of its clothing or features other than the palette of grays. I immediately froze in bed, took 2 or 3 panicked breaths. It was visible for all of about maybe 3 seconds, then it sort of dusted away at all at once. Like when Thanos snapped in the Avengers. I grabbed my phone a couple of seconds later to check the time and ended up staying up the rest of the night watching YouTube videos to distract myself from what I just saw. I told the rest of my family about it in the morning. My older Filipino relatives are pretty superstitious, but they couldn't explain this one either. They said it probably wasn't my grandmother since she knew our family was afraid of ghosts to the point where she requested my grandfather not to come back in any form when he was sick. My uncle said the room I was staying in was used for storage most of the time. So maybe there's a resident spirit that was curious about who was in its room. Either way, I didn't sleep well the rest of the time I was there, but I haven't seen the form ever since. I've looked online for any sort of lore on masked ghosts with little success. I've only run into stories of Japanese spirits with no faces. What do you guys think I saw? Are there any superstitions or stories about spirits like this that you're aware of? The mask sounds cool. My great-aunt recently passed away. She passed away last Friday. She lived where I grew up, almost 2,000 miles away. I had a dream with her in it on Monday morning. In the dream, she was angry, upset, and ready to pass on. I would call her at least once or twice a month, so after that dream, felt like I needed to call her as soon as possible. On Monday after work, I called and no answer. Tuesday after work, she picked up. She sounded very irritated, and I'd never heard her sound like that before. While at work Wednesday, it started snowing pretty heavily. I stupidly didn't have gloves in my car, and so before leaving the parking lot, I used my bare hands to remove the snow from my windows. Ouch. Only after I was driving for a few minutes did I realize that my wedding ring came off. I went back that night to look and spent almost 3.5 hours looking in the snow on Thursday after work. When I was still at work on Friday, I received a call from my mother that my great-aunt passed away. After my dream and final conversation with her, I honestly wasn't very surprised. After hearing the news, I spent a couple of minutes looking for my ring on Friday. Today, I briefly looked for my ring during lunch. After work, I started looking again. I was looking through some weeds in the front of the parking spots and all the snow that's now melted. At one point, I turned around to see where I was in relation to where my car had been parked last Wednesday. As soon as I turned around, I looked down and immediately saw the ring. I swear I'd looked at that spot during lunchtime today, yet there it was. Whether or not my great-aunt Carol helped me find my wedding ring today, I sure do love and miss her. And I'm glad you got your ring back. Haven't been able to sleep for weeks. Some background. When I was a kid, I guess I used to have night terrors where my parents couldn't wake me up. I guess I would sleepwalk sometimes and my mom would find me talking to the wall. I guess I was a weird kid. I grew out of it mostly, but sometimes I'll have a nightmare and wake myself up screaming. So getting to the full story. I recently went home for Christmas. I couldn't stay in my bedroom in the basement because it's currently a construction zone. So my mom has moved my bed into my sister's old room on the second floor. Now, this room is creepy. Seems like a totally normal room when you're in it. But when you're in it for too long, you start to get paranoid and just a general sense of dread. It used to be my bedroom until I moved into the basement. So I go through Christmas break and all, and everything's fine, sleeping in the creepy room. When I fly back to Chicago, things start to not be normal. I live in a studio, and it's rather large by my cats and... well, rather large, but my cats. They've been up my butt lately. Like, they won't leave me alone, and they have to be in the same area with me at all times. They even sleep with me all night. Which, this is where it gets concerning. I sleep all through the night normally, but I've been having the same dream every frickin' night where around 2 or 3 a.m. something creeps up from under my bed and it's squatting by me and grabs my arm. It looks like the Pale Man from Pan's Labyrinth. That guy with the weird eyes, I think. I chalked it up to stress, and this morning I woke up because I went back to sleep after the same dream and my arm hurts and I have some weird bruising. Don't know about the Pan's Labyrinth guy, but your cats might miss you. So, I've been hearing a voice. My boyfriend, Simon, 30 years old, and I don't want to mispronounce your name, but it's spelled T-E-I, Tay, 26 years old, moved in together in less than a month ago. Our apartment is almost perfect, minus, of course, the voice I've been hearing. When we viewed the apartment before signing the lease, everything seemed fine. No weird vibes, smells, or anything. It's just a nice 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor. Our first night in the apartment, however, got a little bit weird. Simon is really anal about cleanliness, so before we moved in any of our stuff, our previous places, we had to spend a night and day just cleaning. Also, he's an African immigrant and his family is quite spiritual. so we had to do a couple of cleansing rituals to try and get rid of any sort of bad juju. We burned sage and incense, prayed, and dripped some kind of ritual oil in all of the corners and closets. Now, I'm personally not very knowledgeable about the stuff that we did. I didn't grow up in any sort of spiritual environment like he did, but I'm a supportive girlfriend and know that the rituals meant a lot to him, so I did my part. At one point, Simon asked if I would go and burn incense in the guest bedroom closet while he worked on oiling the kitchen. We'd been cleaning and doing rituals all evening, so it was pretty late at this point, maybe 11 or 12 at night. And, as stated earlier, we didn't have any of our stuff in the place yet. If you've lived in apartments, you know that at times they don't have ceiling lights and you need to rely on lamps in the bedrooms. So there's no light in the guest bedroom except for my flashlight and my phone. I went in with the incense, heading for the closet. And in about the center of the room, I got this horrible pit in my stomach and my body just froze. All the hair on my arms stood up and something in my brain was just begging for me to leave that room. So, naturally, I noped out the guest bedroom real quick. I found Simon and I asked him to come in the room with me to do this incense. I told him that it creeped me out in there. He kind of gave me an exasperated look and he said he'd trade with me. So he lit the incense in the guest bedroom closet and I oiled the kitchen. When he finished in there, I asked him if he felt anything weird or creepy. He said no and continued to deny anything strange about the room when I pressed. So the rituals finished and the move passed without incident. Though I couldn't go back into that room for the rest of the night. Each time I looked into the blackness of the dark room, I felt that same sick, creeped-out feeling. The next incident occurred after living in the apartment for 4 or 5 days. Simon works in 9 to 6-ish, Monday through Friday. Whilst I'm currently working remotely, so I'm in the apartment a lot more than he is. It was late in the morning, and I was working from my laptop. I was seated on the floor at my coffee table in the living room. From where I was seated, the hallway that leads to the bedroom was behind and to the left of me. I could see slightly into the guest bedroom if I looked over my shoulder. The room was a wreck at this point, kind of being used as our storage room for all of our junk that didn't have a place in the apartment yet. Nothing strange had happened since that first night, and I'd been in the guest bedroom plenty of times in the past few days without feeling weird. So I decided that it was just me feeling overtired and on edge that caused the fear from before. I was about to get up and get another cup of coffee. That's when I heard a noise from the direction of the guest bedroom. A dragging sound. It was short, lasting only a second. It sounded sort of like something heavy, like a full cardboard box or a laundry bag being dragged a foot or two across carpet. My head whipped around so fast in the direction of the noise, I held my breath and stared with saucer-sized eyes at the little I could view of the room, waiting to see if I had heard it again. I stayed like that until I had to breathe. Then I waited longer, staring, but it was perfectly quiet. Something you should know about our apartment. The building is quite small, and our only neighbors are a single man above, a couple below, and some guys in the other first-floor apartment. The other apartment on our floor is empty, as well as the other on the 3rd floor. So for now, the building is relatively unoccupied. I can look out the windows and watch as each neighbor goes to work, and I find throughout the week that I can be the only person in the building. It feels more isolated than any other apartments I've lived in. It also gets me really quiet when I'm just at home working, so that's why I'd even notice something as soft and quick as the dragging sound. It didn't happen again. I just kept listening until suddenly there was a loud crash from the room. And let me tell you, I screamed and jumped up so fast and hovered with my hand in the door and outside the apartment. I finally decided that there wasn't a murderer in the apartment and went back to go check what the crash had been. I discovered the lamp that we put in the guest room had fallen over. It was one of those tall, skinny floor lamps. So it's not unheard of that it would fall over, but why? And what was the dragging sound? A few days later I heard the voice. I was getting home late, and I had to go out of town to take a law school admission test. The most painful 4 hours of my life. Ugh. The drive back was pretty long. I was still in my car in front of the apartment and could see Simon's silhouette through the curtain windows. I opened my car door and I was getting my purse from the passenger seat. That's when I heard a woman say hello. I looked up expecting one of the neighbors beside my car, but I didn't see anyone. "Hello?" I asked clearly. "Nothing." I said louder. "Hello?" I heard directly in my left ear. "Hi." It was quiet, but still obviously the voice of a woman. As you expect, there was no one there, so confused and a little bit frightened, I responded. "Hi." Briskly went up to the apartment, didn't tell Simon about the voice that night, but just a couple of days later I heard her again. It was a weekend evening. Simon and I had been in the living room watching a movie. Simon went to go take a shower. I was left to pick something else to watch when he got out. After a few minutes, once again in my left ear, I heard a woman whispering, "Hello," and I tried not to react. I didn't look, I didn't move, probably didn't breathe. I waited to see if I would hear it again. And I did. It said, "Hear me?" Then it was quiet for a moment, and suddenly it was, "Hi. Hi, hi, hi." Finishing with a not whispered, but an excitedly exclaimed hi. "Stop!" I finally broke out, turning to the left. No one there. No more woman's voice in my ear. I went to the bathroom and I told Simon about the voice and the lamp falling over. He seemed only mildly concerned, but that man hides his emotions like no other, so maybe he was more freaked out than he let on. He told me I could just be catching auditory glimpses of other planes and not to worry about it. However, the voice has continued and I'm kind of worrying, so maybe you guys can give me some clarity. Here's some things to note. 1. I haven't heard the voice anywhere else, only in or outside of the apartment. 2. Simon has heard nothing, and neither has my mom or friends when they visited. You don't know that. 3. Sometimes my nose is overtaken with a terrible smell like spoiled meat, and only I can smell it. Simon and I are going through some stuff in the guest room, and the smell hit me like a brick, but he couldn't smell anything. I continued to smell it for hours afterward. Same thing happened in the kitchen when my mom was visiting and she smelled nothing. Check your sinuses just to make sure to rule that out. The voice doesn't happen every day, but sometimes it happens multiple times a day. 5. So far, it's only said hi or hello or hear me with varying intonation. Sometimes I just hear a noise like panting or breathing. 6. When I answer, it usually stops. 7. I've never heard voices before, and at 26, I think I'm past the typical age where schizophrenia crops up. So, what do you think? Am I losing my mind, or something actually communicating with me? And if it is communicating, why only me? I think my biggest fear is that I'm going to get possessed by a demon or something crazy like that in the movies. I don't have time for possession. I'm headed off to law school for a few months. What do I do? I wish you luck. Finally, a place where I can tell this anonymously. So the following are some of the things that happen to me in a regular note with their dates. Hope people here actually believe me and don't think I'm just faking all of this. Also, I'm Dutch, so these encounters are written in Dutch. I'm going to try my best to translate them. I see, hear, and feel dead people on the regular. So if you have any questions, I may be able to answer. Go ahead and ask. 26/03/2019. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up with the sound of my door handle rattling, as if somebody wanted to enter my room. I experienced this again every hour, and occasionally I also heard nails go by the door. When I heard the nails, I thought it was Mickey, my dog. I also saw a shadow at the door, but when I went to look, there was nothing. Even though I heard the sound continue from the other room next to me, it was like scratching the wall that distinguishes my bedroom and my old bedroom. I lay back in bed and the noises became worse. Then I got the feeling that it was an evil spirit and I shouted, "Get out of here!" Then I fell asleep again. 30/03/2019. I talked to my mother about the case a few days ago. Apparently, this story fits very well with the rest of my experiences. I see ghosts, and I've only consciously been doing this for a year now. But in the past, as a small child, I was already bothered by it. Then I sometimes ran from my old bedroom to my parents' because I saw, people in cloaks around my bed. Now I've moved to the room next to my old bedroom, and the old bedroom has become a guest room. Because I see ghosts and I always have the feeling that I have to take a good look around, I have the feeling that my bedroom is my safe zone. This fits very well with the previous story, since the evil spirit wanted to come inside my room did not seem to be able to come in. It also fits in with something I do every day, close to the door of that room. My mother always keeps the door open so there's a little bit of air in the room, so the air is fresh. But I always close the door because I get a bad feeling about it. 05/05/2019. My mother cleaned my old bedroom with sage. I think that's what it's called in English. I don't know the Dutch name. Why this room? Because after telling my story, it turned out a lot of puzzle pieces come together. After the room was cleaned, I had no more problems. I still close the door to this day. 21/05/2019. I've not noted this before, when at the sight of ghosts beginning, at least around that time, last summer I was drinking in the gazebo with some friends. That was the moment that I saw a ghost extremely clearly for the first time. I saw a white figure, a white man walking down the path between the carport and the glass booth. He walked a few times from left to right, but not from right to left. At least he's following book rules. I had a demon, and I think I was saved by an angel. This was back in 2012, October 2012. Let me preface this by saying that the room I stay in, my parents' house, used to be my grandfather's room. It's sort of like an apartment. It's got its own kitchen and a bathroom. He passed in 2005, and I moved into the room in 2009. Ever since I moved back here, every once in a while I'll feel a presence in the room. Someone sitting at the edge of my bed, or holding my hand, or I feel like someone's hand is on my shoulder. This is never ever threatening, and I never feel in danger because I believe it is Grandpa. So, in October of 2012, I was doing my junior practicum. Latiny. This is a sort of program where you go once a week to a school and observe before real students' teaching starts. It was a Tuesday night, and I only remember this because I went to the school on Wednesdays. It was a considerable distance from my house, so I tried to get to bed early. This one night I had trouble getting to sleep, which I never have. I can usually pass out pretty much anywhere at any time. I began to feel an anxiety come over me, and a state of panic. That's another thing that never happens to me. In my mind's eye, I kept envisioning a tall black humanoid figure with a long red tongue standing in the corner of my room. And at the time, it felt very vivid. But now I can't recall any details about this figure except that tongue. I began to feel like if I stayed in my room any longer, I'd be in a serious danger. I went into the next room, our family room. I decided to watch TV. I looked above the TV at the cable box and noticed it was 2:59 a.m. The second the digital clock hit 3, there were sounds of crickets coming from inside the room, the attached laundry room. Once that box hit 301, everything stopped. Now, I'm not a religious person, but my supervising teacher at school is. He had told me that crickets are related to locusts, referring to the biblical plague, and he told me to recite the prayer to St. Michael. He couldn't remember it, but he had told me that he had said the prayer every day and just couldn't seem to remember it. Getting home that day, and accompanying days, it seemed as though there was a fog around my room. The room felt different, just off. I'd come home and lay on my bed for an afternoon nap, and the bed started to shake. Got to the point where my mother began to ask me if anything felt weird. She has her own experiences, but that's a different story for a different day. Now, I live in New Jersey, and in October 2012, we were hit by Hurricane Sandy. We were without power for about a week or so. I wasn't sleeping in that room in the darkness. I moved my mattress upstairs to our living room. Every night that week, a bluish-gray fog came up from downstairs and circled the room, and I began to have dreams. Dreams of religious icons, and the Virgin Mary falling into pits of fire. I'd realized soon after that I forgot my grandfather's birthday. Usually I'd light a candle at church or something for him, and I thought maybe he was angry with me or something. So I went to church, lit a candle. Didn't change anything. A night soon after, however, I had a dream I was driving with Grandma down a road. It was a pitch-black paved road, and it was bright white on either side, like a desert. My grandpa had a really thick Irish brogue, and sometimes it was hard to understand him. But he said something along the lines of always being there. The next morning I told my mom while my youngest brother was in the room, and he interrupted me and began filling in details of my dream for me. I asked him how he knew all of this, and he said, I was in the back seat. The following night I had another dream. One of those hypnic jerk dreams where you Hypnic jerk dreams where you start to yourself. Only I couldn't wake up. I found myself in a cornfield. I was surrounded with naked androgynous grade children who were dancing around with each other. Kinda looked like the kids in the cover of Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy Album. From behind these children and up from the ground came a giant black monster. Kind of looked like a dragon. I could see the folds in it, as if it were about as clear as day, and it looked down on me. From behind, there was a winged humanoid being, I guess an angel. It had a sword. It stabbed the creature and knelt down in front of me. I woke up, and at the foot of my bed was a white translucent figure. Hovered there about 10 seconds before disappearing. As I looked at it, I felt a peace I'd never felt before. I don't think I'm ever going to feel it again. The dreams and everything stopped after that. I never told my youngest brother about the black figure or the dragon or the children, but fast forward to maybe a year later and I come home from work and my brother's sitting at the kitchen table looking shaken. He tells me he had a dream of a naked child dancing around a dead cornfield and a black dragon behind him. No angel came. But he told me when he got ready for school and left, looking out the window of his room was a large black figure with a long red tongue. That was the last I ever heard of it. Still not particularly religious, but I can tell you ever since that event I sleep with the lights on and have a routine of sleep paralysis. My dead grandma made me a cup of tea. I used to live in a very old house when I was in elementary school. Now, this house looked normal on the outside, but as soon as you stepped in the front door, you could tell this house had a very weird energy. My sister and I usually talk about all the weird things that would happen there, and just how the house had an awful energy overall. I could go on and on about the stuff that happened in that house, but I'll just tell you one story. When I was younger, I was very, 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 very addicted to computer, and always on Neopets working on my music code page. Kishi music codes. That almost rings a bell, but... It was very late at night. While making music codes, I felt this weird energy come into my room suddenly. It wasn't evil or anything, but it felt nice and loving. The weird thing was that I instantly knew that this was my grandmother that passed away not too long ago. I looked next to me and the bed just seemed to indent like somebody was sitting there. I don't know really how to explain what happened next, but I felt that this energy that I assumed was my grandma was telling me that she had to leave, and she loves me. It told me to tell everyone her message. Then, just like that, it seemed to all just disappear. I didn't think much about it after and just went back to making music codes. The very next day, I was getting ready for school. After I got ready, I sat down in front of my computer and was watching YouTube. My mom was in the kitchen asking me if I wanted tea. I just shouted something along the lines of, "Yeah, I want some tea." And I guess the TV was loud and the TV was on too, so she didn't hear me. I said a couple more times, but I gave up because my mom just couldn't hear me. A couple minutes passed, my mom came up all scared and asked me if I came in and turned the kettle on because she said it just flipped on while her back was turned. That was while putting something on the shelf. She looked pretty scared. I don't really know what came over me, but I just looked at her and said in a straight face, "Oh, that was Grandma. She wanted to say goodbye last night. It was her." I don't think I've seen my mom look so freaked out, but I just felt like I had to say it was my grandma for some reason. Finished my tea, went to school, and nothing like that happened again. Stared down by a zombie thing. So I used to live near a really well-known forest for being haunted, known as Black Forest. Now this forest is super creepy and very dark, hence the name. I had one very scary and startling experience while driving through this forest, which made me never step foot in the area ever again. On a weekend, I was invited to go hang out with some friends. I had nothing else to do, so I agreed. It was also around 8 or 9, so it was dark out. Now there are 2 ways I could get to my friend's house. 1, go through the Black Forest, or 2, go around the forest and add 20 minutes into my trip. I usually avoided the forest because the roads were somewhat confusing and I just couldn't see very well because of there being no light. However, today I felt impatient and decided to go through the forest. The ride to my friend's house was very uneventful, but the darkness of it all was very unpleasant to say the least. Stayed at my friend's house and I started to head back around midnight, or just around 1 a.m. Now this is when I had my first experience. While I was driving, I look at my GPS a lot because of the roads, and I always wanted to check where I was going because some of these roads look like actual roads, but some are actually driveways for a lot of these houses. I didn't want to trap myself in somebody's driveway, so I checked my GPS a lot. I was driving and came to a stop in front of a red light. I was underneath a very dim street light. It was still pitch black, and I was the only one on the road. As I was sitting there, I got a very weird feeling as if someone was watching me. I then looked to my passenger side door only to see this glowing zombie-looking like man wearing what I could only describe as rags. He didn't look alive. His skin looked like it was falling off. He was very gray in color, and he was just staring at me. I really thought my heart was going to explode because I was so scared. Even though the light was red, I floored it. But I wanted to see if the thing staring into my car was actually real. And right as I crossed through the median, I looked back. Nothing was there, and there was nowhere he could have gone that fast. I was spooked and drove all the way home, trying not to hit any red lights. This was before the big forest fire. This is Paranormal M, your go-to destination for haunting tales and eerie mysteries. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications for weekly updates. Let's explore the unknown together. Something lives with me in Budapest. I'm a world traveler. I've been all over the past 2 years. I've stayed in all sorts of places, from old colonial homes to fancy new high-rises. I've been in Budapest for a week or so. I'm living in an old building that has to be at least 200 years old. In order to access my unit, you have to take the main elevator to the 3rd floor, then walk up a derelict staircase to make it to the 5th floor. As soon as you walk up the stairs, you'll trigger a motion sensor that lights up the seldomly used floor I'm on. I've felt this strange presence on this floor. I hear footsteps in the halls when there's clearly no one living here beside me and a friend that's staying in the same unit. I hear my name being called by my friend, who at the time was out of the house. Another thing is when I enter the bathroom, it almost seems and feels like someone is closing the door behind me, as the door doesn't close on its own unless I walk through it. The other night around 3 a.m., I had trouble sleeping. I went onto what used to be a communal balcony, but is now used solely by myself for a cigarette. I heard somebody frantically running up the stairs, footsteps heavy enough to indicate a man of some stature. The motion sensor triggered and the hallway lit up. I'm being extra cautious at this point, and I'm now basically smoking in the hallway. Nobody came up those stairs. I sat back down on the balcony and heard the same thing. Now, on my second cigarette, being a chain smoker that I am, I go back into the hallway, and again the footsteps stop. Thinking I'm losing my mind, I go into my unit and firmly close the door behind me until I hear the lock click in place. I go about my business. I sit on my desk with my back turned toward the door. The door can only be unlocked with a code. If somebody enters this code, the mechanism creates a beeping sound. After about 15 minutes on my laptop, I get up to go to bed. The door behind me, that was locked, was wide open, and the censored lights in the halls are all lit up. I close the door and I turn on the flashlight in my phone to investigate my unit. I make sure that nobody else is in there with me while my back was turned. There was nobody. No noise indicating anybody had come to the door to open it, or had even gone inside. I go to bed and I'm awakened by a smash in the halls a few hours later, around 5:30 a.m. The door is wide open again. Nothing was stolen, and there's plenty to steal. My friend never woke up during this entire time. I get this uneasy feeling in the halls, and the derelict staircase leads 6 stories down into what I can call an abyss. A total dark and damp basement that's been in disuse for 100 or so years. I'm the only one who smokes, but sometimes it smells like cigarettes in and around the balcony. What is this, and what does it want from me? I'll post photos of the staircase when I'm back at home. Can't wait to leave here. And leave a couple of smokes for him. See if it makes a difference. As a correctional officer, I've had tons of experiences. I've worked as a correctional officer for a long time. I've worked at facilities in Texas and in Michigan. The oldest prison I've ever worked at just recently started to close in Michigan. It got me thinking about all the paranormal experience I've had there, and in the other prisons I've worked at. I'd like to share with all of you some of the more notable paranormal experiences I've had while working in these prisons. First off, I'd like to say that I never really believed in ghosts before. I started working as a correctional officer. I started off working in Texas at an intake facility. I worked night shifts 12 hours from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The first experience that I ever had was working on a lower security housing unit. When finishing a round, I was chatting with my partner. I heard a loud banging sound. It was at like 3 a.m. at this point. No prisoners should be out of their bunks. I asked my partner if they knew what the banging was. They, being an officer, told me bluntly that the unit that we were working, it was haunted. They told me the sound was coming from a door of one of the small, quiet cells in a hallway not directly visible from the officer station, and about how a prisoner had died in one. The prisoner allegedly died because the officers working there at the time had given them a sack of food when it was lunchtime for prisoners, and the prisoner had choked on the food and died. I really didn't believe that. I didn't believe that the unit was haunted. I decided to go look at the store. The sound volume increased as I got closer to the door. The door itself was visible, and it was shaking as if someone was pounding on it. There was nothing that could have been causing the door to shake like it was. I was at a loss for words. Later that night, I checked the door again, and there was a steamed-up handprint visible on the glass of the door's window. Another experience I had was at the same facility, but it was at a different housing unit. It was around 1 or 2 a.m., and I was sitting inside the officer station watching the cameras and talking to my partner. I look at one of the cameras and clearly see a prisoner sitting at a table in the day room. I turn my head to look at the day room, and no one is sitting at the table. I just saw that on camera, too. I asked my partner to go check it out because no one's supposed to be out of bed yet. I rolled back the time on the camera to see if I could see where the prisoner might have gone. The prisoner on the camera literally slowly fades away and vanishes completely. My partner comes back into the officer station. We both watch this video over and over. Later on that same night, during one of my rounds, I notice a wet floor sign that got left out. I return it to the porter closet. I get back to the officer station and look back to where the porter closet is and see the same wet floor sign left out. I ask my partner if they're playing a joke on me or something because I just put the sign away. Partner denies doing anything with it, and I go back out and make sure I put the sign back in the closet and lock the door. I get back, wet floor sign right there in the open again. My partner and I are both watching this wet floor sign now. It starts to tip over on one end very slowly, 2 of its legs off the ground. The sign then slams itself to the ground and it proceeds to slide quickly up the hallway and back in front of the closet door before ceasing all movement. My partner and I refused to come out of the officer station for the rest of the night because we were scared shitless. One more notable one from Texas. I was working in an ADSEG unit, a really high security unit for prisons, or rather for prisoners that get in fights and cause a lot of problems repeatedly. We had a prisoner who was sitting in one of our close observation cells. These cells are usually used for people who threaten to harm themselves. In the summertime, prisoners will sometimes just say that they're suicidal to be put into one of these cells because they're a lot cooler and are near AC vents. The prisoner told me that this was what they were doing and that they didn't want to cause any problems. Later on that night, one of my partners and I are watching cameras. All of a sudden, we see shadows moving across the floor. Eventually, I come to the close observation cell and disappear into the door. This is where it gets a little bit crazy. I do a round and check on the closed observation cell. The prisoner is pacing in the cell, and I ask the prisoner if they're okay, and the prisoner tells me that something doesn't feel right, and that they're hearing voices that aren't there. I try to calm them down, and eventually they do. Lay in the bed. Later on, my partner calls for assistance because the prisoner I had bit in the skin of their own wrists, causing them to bleed, held them above their head, and allegedly was speaking in tongues. When I started working at prisons in Michigan, I worked at a prison that's now closing. It was built back in 1877. It's one of the oldest prisons still operating in all the United States. There were so many small experiences that I've had there. Doors would slam. You'd hear voices, cold chills. The first really notable experience I had was around Christmas time on 3rd shift. I was working the oldest unit in the facility. Usually we don't have prisoners there, but we'd opened the unit to separate prisoners during the COVID pandemic. I didn't have a partner due to how short-staffed we were, so one of the other officers set up a TV for me to keep me entertained because he'd be really far away from all the other units and get bored with no one to talk to. I I do rounds for most of the night, watching TV in between them. I suddenly hear a banging noise from a door that leads to a hallway that kind of takes you all the way down to an even older unused condemned part of the prison. I open the door and I take a look down the hallway. A cold breeze hits me and suddenly, my arm hairs stand on end. I close the door, thoroughly creeped out, go and sit down, and I start watching TV again. The TV starts flipping through channels rapidly and stops on static. I have to get moved to a different unit because I'm scared shitless. One day on a third shift, my work friend and I were working positions that allowed us to have a lot of free time and no prisoners to watch. We decided to explore the prison. We explored the tunnels that went underneath the prison, the old barns, the old unstaffed gun towers. We eventually decided to go look at the old condemned part of the prison from my earlier experience. There was a big metal gate that was about halfway down the hallway that had a big opening by a big skeleton key. Rather, that had to be opened by a big skeleton key. We get back to the old condemned part, and my friend tells me about how this part was supposed to be an old segregation. We had to use flashlights to see because the section is so old it's not even powered. Energy back there I won't ever forget. Just being there filled me with the feeling of dread. I ask my friend to head back, and we start to head back down to where the hallway to the gate was. My friend's flashlight suddenly dies. We make it to the hallway, barely able to see anything in the almost pitch blackness. We hear something running after us, so we started running up the hallway too. My friend fumbles with the key as we hear it getting closer. We get the gate open and sprint out of there. Later on, I noticed that my friend had red claw marks all over his arms. Had my first encounter with something I can't explain back in November of 2021. I have a friend who's into spiritual stuff. He meditates a lot, makes small cleaning rituals. I'm more of a skeptic person, always trying to find a logical reason for weird stuff. This all changed, though, when I visited my friend last year in November. We wanted to go for a walk in the evening like we do often, and I sensed that something was off with him. When I asked him, he told me that there's something in this apartment, something weird. Short story short, I wanted to go and take a look. So we went to his apartment, and as soon as we were in there, I didn't really feel that welcoming as it normally did. His cat came sprinting to him as soon as we entered. She acted a bit stressed. He told me that he saw someone standing in his living room at night when he went to go to the toilet. But whenever he looked and turned on all the lights, there'd be nothing there. I felt really uneasy while he told me this. I always looked around. Felt like someone was watching me. After a while, I asked him if we could leave. He agreed, and I walked to his apartment door. He then went into his bedroom, which is on the other side of the living room, in the door apartment. That's because he's looking for his cat to maybe come with us. I told him that I'll be waiting outside, and as I said that, I left the apartment. Door wide open, too. And as soon as I was out into the hall, the door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. My friend came rushing out, pale as flour. His cat didn't even hesitate to just jump down the stairs and sprint to the main door of the house. I just stood there, shocked. My friend leaned against the wall, saying nothing at all. He stayed the night at his mother's house with his cat. Of course, we talked about this later, and I tried to find a logical way to explain what had happened, but there was no window open in his apartment, and the door to the main hall of the house was closed too. The door is a massive old wood door, which is a little bit hard to open and to close. To this day, both of us don't know what the cause of this was. But after this evening, the weird stuff that had happened did not occur again. White as flour. That's a new one. working in a former castle together with royal ghosts. This happened back at the end of December in 2021. I was working as a security guard in a big museum, which is the former Castle Augustus II of Saxony. We had to shut down because, the reason we had not much work to do. Mostly I and my coworkers had to come in because we had to look after workers who fixed electric stuff such as lights and chandeliers. It was the perfect time because nobody else was allowed in the castle, so they would work at their own speed, which meant for us security guards that we often had to be there like 10 or 11 hours, just looking after those guys. If they even showed up, and sometimes they didn't. Because it was in the winter, it became dark very early, meaning it was sometimes kind of creepy walking all alone through those big halls of the castle. But nothing was as creepy as the stuff I experienced in the antechambers and the throne room of Augustus II. Those rooms were the main attraction, covered in golden ornaments and red, royal carpets on every wall, all remade by hand after most of it got destroyed back in World War II. There was this big iron door at the first hall. It separated the chambers from the rest of the museum. I once had the shift that would walk around the west part of the second floor to close all the doors in the evening, from the tower room to the end of the chambers. It was all going well until I stood in the second antechamber just before the throne room. That's when I suddenly heard steps from the exact other side of the wall. There was the former garderobe of Augustus II, as well as some of its wives' dresses. The rooms originally led to the bedchamber, but were separated by a big heavy oak door that was hard to open and was loud if you did so. Now there were those steps. I turned around, looked into the first antechamber, but saw nothing. The big iron door was still closed, so I went through the hall, around the corner, to the garderobe room. Maybe someone from the castle used one fire exit to look for something in the exhibition, but there was no one in there. Even as I walked around the whole 2 rooms, looking in every corner, I found nothing at all. So I went back, was now back into the throne room, and just as I re-entered it, I was hearing those steps again, but this time they went exactly from one of the guardroom rooms, right into the bedroom, which was separated by this big oak door. Rushed into the bedroom, looked around, and there was nobody. The big oak door was still closed. The steps had vanished. I got out since nobody was in there and told this to one of my coworkers who was waiting outside so we could finally turn on the alarm system. I even asked him if he saw someone coming out of the exhibition. He answered with a no, but then told me, this is not the first time somebody heard steps, especially in the chambers. A few other security guards encountered this exact same phenomenon, and nobody can explain what it is. Jokingly, he said that some believe Augustus II is still just walking through his golden chambers, checking if we protect them the way he wants to. Haunted house in Bellingham. I'm not a big believer in ghosts, but I have had 2 experiences that have kind of shifted my perspective. One of them was when I lived in Bellingham, WA. My wife and I moved into the house at the end of Virginia Street back in 2016. The house was in decent condition, but certainly older. We had a daughter who was maybe 5 or 6 at the time and a newborn. After moving in, we noticed a few strange things happening. We never felt threatened by whatever was in that house, and maybe all these are some random events brought together by coincidence. But after moving in, my wife wanted to finally get cable TV. Having worked with Comcast before, I've always seen cable as a bit of a waste of money. I certainly wasn't making a lot of money, but she wanted it, so we got it. A day or 2 later, I'm asleep. I'm having a dream that my TV was really loud in the other room. My wife woke me up and said someone was in the house, and they turned on the TV, so it definitely wasn't a dream. I told her to stay in the room with the baby and the phone to call the police if she heard a commotion. Got my pistol. I have a military LE type background. I carefully moved toward the living room. It was hard to hear if anybody was moving around because the TV was loud, pretty much full volume. I tried to pay attention anyway because I knew I needed to have positive identification before raising the pistol and the house was dark. Waving a gun at shadows is how innocent people get shot. I got to the living room and didn't find anything, so I kept moving. I didn't turn off the TV because I figured a loud noise would mask the sound of my movements. Since it was my house, I figured I had the home court advantage against an intruder. I was very lucid given that I had just been dead asleep, but adrenaline's like that. I ultimately cleared the entire house. Didn't find anything. The TV had apparently just come on by itself. Stuff happens, I figured. I turned off the TV and stood in complete silence. Wires get crossed. The old man across the street may have turned and his TV and the same remote frequency may have activated our TV. Who knows? Secured my pistol. If you have to, with kids in the house. Tried to get back to sleep. A few days later, I picked my daughter up at school. Dad, I have to tell you something. Great, I thought. My daughter got put in timeout again at school for being disruptive. She's always been a bit of a lovable blabbermouth. What happened? Last night my TV came on by itself. I might have normally brushed this off with the same crossed wires TV remote logic gymnastics, but my daughter's TV was only connected to a PS3. That was so she could just watch Netflix. It takes 2 separate remotes to turn anything on, so now things were getting creepy. Because my security contracting job had me work all over at different times of the day, my wife and I would frequently sleep in different rooms so I didn't wake her when I was going to work. As a nursing mother, she was already getting very little sleep. After I went to bed one night, I heard running up and down the hallway. Just quick little footsteps running past my door. I got up and opened the door to tell my daughter to stop running. Simultaneously, my wife opened her bedroom door opposite mine across the hallway to tell her daughter the same thing. Are you making all that noise? No, I said. I thought it was Isa. I could see into her daughter's room and I could see her sleep in bed. She's asleep. And she was. Not in the way kids pretend to be asleep so they don't get yelled at or go to bed. This was asleep with drool coming out of her mouth and hair covering her face. Completely out. My wife and I didn't talk about the footsteps that we had both heard running down the hallway. A few days later, I was in bed again, the spare bedroom almost asleep. I heard the terrible noise of what could only be the unmistakable sound of a plastic sippy cup falling into the linoleum in the kitchen, bouncing around for what seemed like an eternity. I got her this time, I thought, tossing the blankets off so I could go tell her daughter to go back to bed. I grumpily walked to the kitchen and flicked on the light. Nothing. No cup. No explanation for the sound. My wife followed. What was the noise? Nothing, I said. I didn't need to freak her out. We had both become more aware of the presence in that house. Not evil, just annoying, like they're just starting to let us know our time as their house guest had come to an end and it was time to leave. A little while later, days or weeks, my wife and I were sitting on the couch. As we watched TV, that cable I was reluctantly paying for, we heard this slow squeaking sound. We looked around to see where it was coming from. It took a second for us to notice it was the door to the linen closet in the hallway being opened because it was opening so slowly. The door had a mirror on the inside, and we slowly watched as the door opened until we sat there, staring at our own reflection. We just sat there, silent, trying to find one impossible explanation for why our house couldn't actually be haunted. Very shortly afterward, I got a new position and were just kind of scheduled to move across the country. We had a garage sale and sold whatever items we could to reduce the amount of junk that we would otherwise have to pack or throw away. A few neighbors picked through our stuff and eventually got into a conversation with an older gentleman about why we were moving. I remember when this house first got here a few years ago, he said. Unsolicited. The house is in good condition, but old. Old cabinets and fixtures, a pink toilet and bathtub. Something from the late 70s or early 80s. Something an old lady like my grandma would live in. Sir, I said, correcting him, this house certainly wasn't built only a few years ago. No, that's when it first arrived here. This old house was brought in from somewhere else and put on this lot. If he had told me some old lady had died in the house, I'm sure I would have lost my mind. I certainly wasn't going to ask. Come on, ask. Perhaps I experienced a pause in time or some sort of glitch in the Matrix. A most unusual thing happened to me a few mornings ago. It was around 4:45 a.m. I got up to use the restroom. I walked into the hallway and passed by my daughter's bedroom. I was by this time wide awake. Right away I noticed that her door was ajar and the ceiling light was on. This seemed strange, because she rarely gets up early in the morning. I looked and I saw that she was watching her phone, holding it horizontally, as if she was playing a video. This was odd because she always uses her laptop, not her phone, to watch things. I called her name, wondering why she was awake. She was leaning up, not sitting straight, with her knees also bent. She had no back support. The position was odd. Not at all comfortable looking. It was as if she'd begun to sit up and time stopped. She didn't react or turn toward me, even though I'd spoken her name in quite a loud voice. She wasn't moving, just sitting up in this strange position as if a video was paused. When I told my daughter what I'd seen, she'd no recollection of being awake that early, or of me stopping by her room. Another odd thing happened simultaneously. One of my dogs, who always chases her cat, usually barks like crazy. While I stood at her door, the dog ran into her room, then around the end of her bed, not barking or looking for the cat. He then shot out of the room as if startled by something. Turned to go continue down the hall, thinking it was weird that my daughter didn't react at all. That she was just watching the phone, sitting at an angle in suspended animation. I didn't think about the dog being frightened until I got to my bedroom. Upon returning from the restroom, I noticed that her bedroom light was off. I was definitely awake. Odd experience last night. Back in 2017, I lived at a house with some very fucked up vibes. Everybody in my family heavily struggled with mental health and anger issues at that house. Everyone felt watched all the time. I could never sleep at night. The closet opened by itself all the time. Next door neighbor and I picked up on it, and we would investigate. We found some odd shit, like the crawl spaces having blood on a rock that looked fresh. We took some photos on the iPad of stuff. Anyways, eventually we moved out of that house, and at the new house my mom told me a guy lived in it for a while and he had committed suicide. I had an iPad, but around the end of us moving out it stopped turning on. Yesterday I plugged it in for the first time in almost 5 years, just for the hell of it. Came back in a few hours to put it back, but to my surprise it had turned on. I became determined to figure out the password. Oh boy, good luck. After a lot of unsuccessful attempts, I started to have a persistent thought of 4 numbers. I asked my parents about these 4 numbers and my mom. They said that it would make sense if I changed one of them. It was my last attempt of the night, and I thought for sure it wouldn't work, but I typed in the 4 numbers and the iPad opened. I didn't have time to look through it that night, so I put it back and tried to sleep. but I couldn't sleep because I felt this horrible sense of dread. The light was doing weird things on the curtain, and I felt on edge like someone was watching me, like back in 2017. I don't know, maybe it's all a coincidence. I just feel something weird is bound to that iPad. There's a lot of photos from the old house on that iPad. It's kind of a silly sentence, but I don't know. Why not a haunted iPad? My cousin's wife came to say goodbye when she died. I'm a lot younger than my cousin, about 15 years. I'm the baby of the family. This happened when I was 17, and I'm 45 now. My cousin, let's call him Bob, he was married to Judy. They were expecting their first baby. Judy was 8 months pregnant, and everything was fine, until it wasn't. Right before Christmas, we got a call that Judy was rushed to the hospital. She had a sudden case of preeclampsia. Very soon after, she was transported to a specialized hospital, so the threat was real. Late that evening, we had another call that Judy had suffered a minor brain hemorrhage and that the baby died as a consequence. Judy's condition was stable and scans showed no real damage to her brain. The neurologist was convinced that she would make a complete recovery. I went to bed that night, sad but also knowing that at least Judy would survive. That night I had the most vivid and real dream I've ever had. I was walking down the hallway of a hospital. That's when I saw one of the doors wide open. I peeked inside. I saw a whole bunch of people looking down on something. I was curious, so I approached to have a look myself. People gave me room to watch, and there he was, a teeny little baby boy sleeping in a crib. He looked so happy and comfortable. I just knew this was Bob and Judy's son. Then I heard Judy's voice right behind me, and I turned around. She was still in the hospital gown, but she looked happy and radiant. Then she said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but I have to go. I have to go with him to care for him." She nodded at the baby boy in his crib. She started to cry, and so did I. She then gave me a very tight hug, and at the moment I woke up with tears rolling down my cheeks. Couldn't sleep anymore that night, and very early in the morning I heard my parents coming up the stairs, followed by a knock on my door. My dad comes in crying, told me that Judy had another brain hemorrhage that night, was now declared to be brain dead. The Long Island Haunting. On January 23, 2005, firefighter named Curtis Mayron lost his life in a fire accident in New York. This day would then be remembered as Black Sunday by the people of New York ever since. Along with Curtis, 2 other firefighters would have died that day. Curtis's wife Jeanette and his 2 daughters, Deneen and Angela, understandably were devastated by their father's sudden demise. Since these events gained nationwide attention, the family were constantly pestered by the media, which further intensified their mental suffering. Also, the house they lived in was built by Curtis himself. His memories haunted them when they stayed in the house. As a result, the family decided to move somewhere far from their current home. So Jeanette began her house hunt online, during which she stumbled upon a property that seemed a steal for its asking price. Also, this house was situated in the outskirts of the city. Jeanette visited this property and upon inspection, understood that the house needed to be restored. However, she ended up buying the house as her husband's firefighter friend offered to help her with the renovations. Quickly after purchasing the house, even before renovating it, the family moved into the house. The family's first paranormal experience. During this mass renovation, a lot of windows and doors that secured the house were in need of being sort of removed, and Jeanette was worried about the property's security. So she ended up fixing 7 surveillance cameras all around the house. The cameras live streamed the footage to her laptop. Jeanette started to watch this footage, just to kind of while away the time. One day, in one particular feed that showed an area of the house which was adjacent to the woods, she saw something disturbing. In the feed, she saw a figure that appeared to be a cloaked man emerging slowly out of the woods and walk through the driveway of the house. He stopped at a point and started eerily staring at the house. As a shocked Jeanette continued watching the feed, the man walked back into the woods and disappeared. Since the quality of the feed was not that great, Jeanette was not able to clearly figure out what she had seen on it. And as she stood there wondering what it was, her daughters experienced their first paranormal experiences in that house. While Jeanette stood there wondering, Angela, who was upstairs reading a book while leaning on the wall behind her bed, heard someone tapping on the wall that she was leaning on. The sound of the taps increased with time, and eventually, it felt as if someone was just trying to get her attention. She went near the room door and opened it slightly and peeked through it to see who was tapping on the wall. But to her surprise, she found no one. She saw that her sister's room was closed and her mom was looking into her laptop. She thought that she was making it up and went back to her room to continue reading her book. To make sure that she was the one making it up, she placed her ear on the wall to see if the sound still persisted. But as soon as her ear touched the wall, she heard a loud thud on the wall. It petrified her. She jumped onto her bed and hid underneath the blanket in terror. At the time, Deneen heard somebody knock on her room's door. However, when she opened it, she found no one. She saw her mother in the hall and her sister's room closed and thought that the knocks were just her imagination. When she closed the door and got back into her room, she heard 3 distinctive taps this time. When she opened the door, similar to the previous time, she found none. The young girl shut the door and snuck right into her bed in fright. The next day, Jeanette overheard her daughters speaking about the experiences that they had the previous day. She immediately intervened their conversation, told them that since the house was new to them, the sounds, could have just creeped them out. Normal sounds. Pentagrams, pentagrams, and even more pentagrams. A few days later, the basement was scheduled to be renovated next. Upon investigation, her husband's friend found that the basement was cluttered with unused items. As they removed the things, they found a pentagram, a 5-edged star surrounded by a circle, called Jeanette, and showed it to her. In order to prevent their daughters from freaking out, she asked them to paint on it. Her daughters, however, had found multiple pentagrams all around their house, but hid them from their mother, thinking that maybe they would be unnerved if she came to know about it. The kitchen incident. One day, Angela had to stay all alone in the house for a few hours. During this period, she was asked by her mother to clean the refrigerator. As she was cleaning the refrigerator in the kitchen, Angela felt as if someone was around her. The presence became so intimidating that she decided to clean the refrigerator after her mom returns. As she closed the refrigerator door, she was startled by the sound of multiple utensils being thrown around. She ran to her room in fear and rolled herself up in the corner of the room. When Jeanette returned, she was terrified and looking at the state of her kitchen and immediately ran to her daughter's room to check on her. Angela explained to her what just happened, and Jeanette couldn't reject it as just because of the look Angela had on her face. Jeanette was induced into a guilt trip for not being able to help her daughters. A journal in the wall. The renovation was reaching its final stages, and the walls of the house were the next in the checklist. While demoing on the walls, a journal tied in lace was found by the crew. They called Jeanette and gave it to her. The journal had the year in which the house was constructed, the photo of its original owner, and a few weird drawings. On looking at those drawings for a few more seconds, Jeanette figured out that they were sacrifice ritual drawings, and all of them pointed to the basement of the house. Yet again, to avoid scaring her daughter, she destroyed the journal. Troubled again. One day, while Angela was in her room listening to songs on her headphone, she heard somebody call out her name. She went out of her room to check on if her mom or maybe her sister had called her. But her mom was washing the dishes and her sister was in the bathroom taking a shower. Because of the previous experience that she had in the house, she went back to her room in fear. As she entered her room, she heard the voice call again, but this time it said, "Call Deneen." Before she could comprehend what she had heard, she heard her sister shout at the top of her voice from the bathroom. Angela and her mother rushed into the bathroom and saw Deneen curled up on the floor. They wrapped her in a towel and took her back to the room. So, why did Deneen shout? She heard the voice of a man and footsteps in the bathroom. As she looked through the frosted shower room glass, a huge hand hit the glass hard. After hearing this, Jeanette wanted to leave the house at once. But her financial investments and the renovation efforts her husband and friends had put into the house stopped her. Return of the black-cloaked man. Angela was finding it hard as always, and went out of the house every time she had a chance. One day, she went out of the house and sat on a swing near the driveway. Jeanette, however, made sure she had her eyes on her daughter and kept watching her through the window while washing the dishes. Once her washing was done, she went to the hall, opened her laptop, watched over her daughter through the camera feeds. As she watched, she saw the same black-cloaked figure come out of the woods and stand next to her daughter. As she ran out of the house toward her daughter, she heard the screams of her daughter. When she went near Angela, the figure was already gone, and Angela was on the ground with a badly hurt ankle. She said that somebody had pushed her hard from the swing. Angela sees it. After this incident, Jeanette never left her daughter alone at the house. One day, however, she went to go to a pharmacy and left Angela all alone in the house after a long time. As soon as she left, Angela went to her room, put on her headphones, played her favorite music, and closed her eyes in an attempt to sleep. With her eyes closed, along with the song that she was playing, she heard loud banging sounds. As she opened her eyes, she saw her closet door rattling. She snuck under her bed, crawled toward the wall, looked at the closet door. She saw the door forcefully open, and a figure walked out of it. The only part of this figure that looked human was its feet. The figure slowly walked toward her bed, stood near it for a few minutes, and walked out of the room. She heard it go downstairs and gave out a sigh of relief. The sounds of its footsteps stopped. Angela tried crawling, but while she was halfway out, she heard the figure come running up the stairs. It stood right in front of the bed with its toes pointing toward her. The figure got on top of her bed, and slowly its head descended with its sunken eyes staring right at Angela. The figure appeared to have skin rotting away from its head. Angela squeals at this eerie sight, after which the creature goes back onto the bed. She heard it jump off the bed, but it was nowhere to be seen. The footsteps, however, were being heard all around the house. Angela went through this ordeal for almost 45 minutes after which her mother returned. The house was cleansed, after which the paranormal events stopped. The family still resides in this house with one obscure question. What in actuality haunted this house? Haunting of the Demon House. There's a house in Gary, Indiana, which is fondly called the Demon House. However, if you walk through the street in which it is located, you wouldn't even notice it. This modest single-story house that has 3 bedrooms in it looks nothing extraordinary from the neighboring constructions, but the house has a dark history. LaToya Amons, who is a mother of 3, lived in the house along with her mother, Rosa Campbell, and her kids. This woman reported to the police that her children were thrown on walls by demons. When the police got a report, they at first thought that LaToya was an incompetent parent. So they sent Child Protective Services and police officers to make sure she was a woman fit to be a parent. However, the police, when they arrived, were shocked by what they saw. Washington witnesses the paranormal. After multiple allegations on Latoya for apparently treating her kids badly and her own report of her children getting thrown against the wall by demons, the police sent Child Protective Services to the house to investigate and make sure that the house was a safe space for her children. Along with the case manager, Valerie Washington, Lieutenant Gruska was sent to the sheriff's department to aid her. When Gruska entered the house, Valerie pulls him away from the family's hearing zone and tells him about the things that she figured out during her investigation. 8 days ago, Washington was in a hospital sitting in a waiting room along with the psychologist, Latoya's mother, Rosa, Latoya's oldest son, Andrew, and her youngest son, Amante. When they were talking with each other, Amante walked into the middle of a room in a trance state with his rolled-back eyes into his skull and started to make a deep growling sound which was extremely deep for a 7-year-old. While Washington and the psychologist were petrified at this sight, Rosa didn't seem to budge and her behavior was as if she had seen it before. She walked toward him, held his hand, and started to repeat and shout almost, "You are not you." And she kept saying, "You are not you." Amante started to backpedal toward a wall, and as Rosa still kept holding his hand firmly, he started walking up the wall by pressing against Rosa. As Rosa kept holding him firmly, he kept walking up the wall, tiptoed himself on the ceiling, flipped over her, and landed onto his feet. Whoa. Washington and the psychologist, freaked out by his behavior, literally ran out of the room and dragged a doctor back with them. The doctor, in utter disbelief, asked Amante, who was back to his normal state now, if he could do it again, but he replied, "I didn't do anything." Police investigate the house. After hearing Washington's story, 2 other officers named Miller and Austin were sent to the house to aid with their investigation. So the 4 of them asked Latoya to accompany them inside the house. However, she would instinctively reject them. She said them that she and her kids would never enter the house again. As a result, Rosa would enter the house again with 4 other investigators. The group went around the house taking pictures and recording videos the whole time. After they were done with the other part of the house, they would enter the basement of the house. According to Latoya, it was the basement that was paranormally the most active. The investigators, upon entering the basement, saw burnt-down candles, an altar, and a nativity scene. Gruska would also notice that the area under the staircase had broken concrete pieces which indicated that the flooring part was ripped apart. When Rosa was questioned about the weirdness of the basement, she simply said, "There's a presence down here." The group then split up as Gruska and Austin stayed back in the basement to click a few extra pictures while the others went upstairs. As Gruska walked back upstairs, he saw Rosa waiting for him. She asked him if he took pictures under the stair, to which he said yes. It was then that she would reveal a disturbing thing. She said, "Sometimes at night when we're sleeping on the main floor, we hear commotion in the basement." She also said that it sounded like someone was sort of bumping on the underside of the stairs when they would hear footsteps walking up the wooden steps. But whenever it was, they would stop on the other side of the door and stay there for hours together, which, sort of stopped them from opening the door. Gruska immediately went back to his office and uploaded the pictures he took in the basement. In one of the pictures he took under the stairs, he sees a white cloud on the right side of the picture. When zoomed in, something that appeared like a man's face appeared in the cloud. In the zoomed-in picture, he noticed a green mist on the left side, and on the mist it appeared something that appeared to be a woman's face. However, Gruska and Austin, who stayed back in the basement, swore they didn't see any such mist. When they listened to the audio that they had recorded in the basement, apart from their voice, they heard a third voice in a deep, grumpy sort of thing, and it said, "Hey." That's not grumpy enough. "Hey." After his first investigation, Gruska decided to visit Father Maginot, or Maginot, or... After which a second investigation was done in the house. Father Maginot's confession. On April 30th, Gruska met Latoya Amon's priest named Maginot. Friar Maginot had visited the Amon's residence 5 days before the investigation started, and when he visited, the family still inhabited the place. So, to get an understanding of the ambience of the house, when the family resided in it, Gruska interviewed Friar Maginot. Friar Maginot said that he was called to the house by Latoya herself to fight the demons in the house. When he was sitting on the main floor with the family, the bathroom light started flickering. To check what it was, he went to the bathroom, but the moment he stepped inside, the flickering stopped. When he came out and sat in place, it started to flicker again. This cycle continued multiple times. When this was going on, Latoya pointed out a liquid forming on the window. It was on the blinds in the room that they were all sitting in. Friar Maginot walked toward it and gave it a closer look. He found that the liquid was dripping down without a source. There appeared to be no leaks. As he was investigating, he, along with the family, saw a cord that controls the blind. It was moving all by itself. The window was closed, and they couldn't find a logical explanation. As Friar Maginot stood there trying to contemplate the things going on around him, he saw a huge shoe print right next to him. It was too big to match the footprints of the people in the house. He advised the family not to be in the house any longer, and this was the reason for the family moving out. Second home study. On May 10th, Gruska, along with the new Child Protective Services manager and a bunch of police officers, went back to the Amon's house. By then, the house had been uninhabited for at least 2 weeks. When Gruska arrived, he was greeted by Friar Maginot, Latoya's family, and a whole bunch of other officers with canine units. But why so many officials this time? The reason was that extreme weirdness like home invasion and intruders in the house was being reported about it. Before commencing their second home study, the officers sent in the canine to rule out human presence. The dog came back normally, indicating there was no one in the house. After this event, Latoya, Friar Maginot, and the police officials entered the house. When they entered, they found the main level undisturbed. However, as they entered the basement, they found a couple of extremely odd things. As they entered, they found an oily substance on the stairs with no clear origin. The oil went all the way down the stairs and disappeared under the staircase. As they began walking through the stairs, the new case manager touched a cabinet that seemed built in. It was built in on the walls near the stairs. As soon as she touched it, she screamed in pain. She said that her hands started hurting, and the moment she touched it, it turned pale white. Her pinky was badly hurt just by touching the cabinet. The crew descended further into the basement, trailing the oil, and ended up under the stairs. By this time, the police officials were quite convinced that something in that zone was the cause of all of these disturbances. They decided to dig up the dirt present there. As Gruska dug up almost 2 feet under, he found a pink press-on fingernail in a woman's underwear. As he continued digging, he found a pin, a lid of a pan from the house, and other things from the family. The things they found made the officials think that somebody had been taking things from the upstairs and digging them under the stairs. They then put all the soil back in place, decided to leave the basement. As they left the house, instead of my computer exploding on me, Rosa called them and showed them something weird. There was the same oily substance dripping on the window blinds. This resembled what Friar Maginot had confessed. The officers at the first suspected that Rosa was behind it, so Gruska wiped off the liquid and the crew went out of the house. You just gonna wipe it like that? They returned 25 minutes later to find the liquid back again on the blind. Friar Maginot told them that, throughout the history, liquid oozing out of nowhere was common in demon-infested houses. They then left the house and locked it. Austin's photographs. Austin, the officer who accompanied Gruszka during his first investigation in the basement, captured a few snaps of the house when it was closed and inhabited. In one of the official photographs he took, a shadow figure is seen standing the exact same position where the liquid was oozing from. Current state. The house was bought by Zach Baggins, the host of Ghost Adventures. He made a documentary of the house and later demolished it in 2016. Eerie Encounters. A shadow inside my closet. Melanie, a 24-year-old new mother, is the protagonist of this story. Melanie, after many struggles, got hitched to the love of her life, and because of her love for kids, became a mother within a year after her marriage. She works as an associate manager at Wendy's International, and she was on maternity leave during this event. Melanie is an extremely pious woman. She never starts a day without prayers. Backstory. Melanie's husband had to go off to the station for his work. As a result, she decided to stay in her parents' home until he returned. With her newborn not even aging a month, she moved into her parents' house on the 25th of June in 2015. She received quite a warm welcome from her parents. Unfortunate for her, her infant constantly kept crying at night, never allowing her to sleep. This forced her to sleep during the day while leaving her infant in the care of her parents. Eventually, the sleep pattern turned out to become a routine, and she became a night owl. Story. All of a sudden, one day, her baby started acting weird. She refused to feed and constantly kept shouting at the top of her high-pitched voice. The baby gazed at an empty corner of the house, and her face expressed extreme fear. Her cries didn't stop until she was taken out of the house. Melanie was confused by the baby's behavior, called her doctor asking him for suggestions. He advised her to bring the baby to the hospital so that he could check the reason for her cries in person. Melanie obliged, and she paid a visit to the hospital with her baby. However, things didn't change, and the baby kept constantly crying for the entire day. Surprisingly, that night, the baby fell sound asleep, which left Melanie as the only person awake in the house. The atmosphere in the room slowly began to change, dark. She started to feel as if someone was watching her. However, despite completely checking the room, she found none other than herself and her baby inside of it. As she crossed a closet in her room to get back onto her bed, she heard a hard knock on her closet. Before she could gather herself, the knock started to grow and became more and more pronounced. Gathering all of her courage together, she opened the closet door, closing her eyes. She slowly opened her eyes and she saw, nothing. She laughed to herself, thinking of how gullible she was, and went back to her bed, concluding that the knock was nothing but a hallucination. But was she actually hallucinating? The answer is no. A few minutes later, the knock started again, but this time even more aggressive. However, Melanie did not pay much attention and continued pursuing her mission, which was to fall asleep. The knocks grew louder and louder, and all of a sudden the closet door burst open. It was at this moment that Melanie understood that she was not hallucinating. In the dim-lit room, she saw a shadow which appeared to be that of a woman in her gown, slowly emerging out of the closet. Once the shadow appeared to move out of the closet completely, the door shut closed. As she directed her focus toward the thud of the closed door, the shadow disappeared into thin air. Shaken, Melanie ran out of her bed and seek her parents' help, but the bedroom door would not open despite her best efforts. With tears in her eyes, she turned on the lights and took a rosary with her to the bed, hoping that it would protect her and her baby from whatever the shadow was. As she sat on the bed with her baby in her arms, gazing at the closet in front of her, the clock struck 1. A few minutes later, she heard the knocks yet again, but this time from a window behind her bed. She quickly turned around, but she found no one near the window. As she slowly turned back, the shadow standing next to her, staring at her baby with its featureless face, she pointed the rosary to the figure. It didn't budge. While she looked at the shadow in terror, she heard a whisper into her ears, and it said, "Thanks for bringing your baby to me." She saw the shadow hover over its baby's neck, and the baby began to cry yet again. The cries eventually muted, and the baby began foaming at the mouth. Melanie tried calling her doctor with her phone, but it was met to no avail. The baby's heartbeat slowly reduced as Melanie was crying helplessly. Melanie met the fate no other mother would wish for. She saw her baby slowly die right in front of her eyes. After claiming the life of the innocent soul, the figure never appeared again. Awful. Eerie Encounters. The Creepy Case of Daniel LaPlante. To communicate with their deceased mother, 2 sisters used a Ouija board. However, this Ouija board session would be the starting point for strange, terrifying events in their house. Were these events caused by the phantom of their mom, or a demon, or another human? The Ouija board seance. In 1986, Annie Andrews and Jessica Andrews lost their mother to cancer. After the abrupt loss of their loving mom, the girls were left mentally devastated. Also, her demise meant that their father, Brian Andrews, had to work for longer periods to fend off the house's needs. This significantly increased the time these girls spent alone at the house. Their time alone at the house made them miss their mom's presence even more. As a result, one night when they were alone in the house, the girls decided to use a Ouija board to connect with their mother's soul. So they went down to their basement, and with their half-baked knowledge of how to use it, the girls tried communicating with their mother. Did it work? The Ouija board did not work out as intended. However, the girls were able to feel closer to their mom. Commencing of the weird happenings. The girl put away the board, went back to their respective rooms to sleep. But the night aging fast and their father not returning yet, Jessica heard a tapping sound from the walls of her room. Not sure if it was only her experiencing it, she walked into Annie's room to check with her if she heard it as well. To her surprise, Annie was hearing the sound as well. Because of the mentally vulnerable situation they were in, the girls began thinking that it was their mother trying to communicate with them. The girls tried asking questions in hopes of their mother answering them, but it never happened. Although scared, the girls were also feeling better as, according to them, their mother's ghost was around them. When Brian got home, the tapping already stopped, and the girls told him about the events that occurred at home while he was not around blissfully. However, Brian was not so happy on hearing this. In fact, he had mixed emotions. He thought the girls were making it up out of their grief and felt bad for them. He also thought about putting them into therapy. He told the girls that their mom was indeed looking out for them, asked them to go back to their room and sleep. After they went back, Brian thought about giving them grief counseling, and he slept as well. The tapping, however, persisted for days, and it got worse as days went on. They tried asking his father for help, but he just wouldn't believe them. Eventually, the girls started going crazy over the sound as their sleep started getting disrupted. Also, every time they would leave the house, locked, come back, the stuff inside the house would appear to have moved around. Brian would blame his daughters for this, but the girls were actually innocent. He advised them to stop the ruckus even though they didn't do it, and told them that he would make them meet a grief counselor if it continued. The girls were insistent that they were innocent, but their father just wouldn't believe them. The fact that their father didn't believe them put the girls in a terrible situation. The events grew violent, and the girls eventually realized whoever was doing this was not their mother. They concluded that an evil entity had latched itself to them after the Ouija board session. Events get weirder. One evening in January of 1987, while sitting in the front room of the house, the girls started hearing the tapping sound again, but this time it appeared to be coming from the basement. Although scared, the girls felt that they had been through enough abuse and walked into the basement yielding a knife to confront the unknown entity. They found nothing except a note written in red reading this: "Come find me. I'm on your closet." The girls were petrified and ran out of the house. They knocked on their neighbor's house and explained to them what had happened. The girls stayed in their house until his dad returned. Brian, already exhausted from his long day at work, got angry at the girls and asked them not to defame their house and live in the ghostly fantasy. This was a tipping point, and he sent the girls to a grief counselor. Then the events ceased for a while, until another night when the girls were all alone yet again. They started hearing the tapping again, and it seemed to be coming from Annie's bedroom. As the girls went into the room, they saw something written on a wall, and it read, "I am back. Find me if you can." The girls ran to their neighbor's home and stayed there until their dad returned. After returning, their dad shouted at them in a rage and went alone in the house to investigate it himself. As he entered, he saw the stuff inside the house completely disordered. It was at this point he understood that the girls were not lying. As he walked through the mess, he found another note written on the wall, and it read, "Marry me." As he gazed through, he found something even more strange. A young boy dressed in his wife's clothing stood inside the closet with a hatchet. As soon as he got to know that Brian saw him, this young boy ran away from him and magically disappeared. Don't know why that actually freaked me out. Police intervention. He left the house in panic and went to his neighbor's home. He made sure his daughters were all right and called the police. The police investigated the house thoroughly, but they couldn't find any clues. They asked the family to leave the house until they could find the young guy Brian had seen. For the next 2 weeks, the family stayed in one of their relatives' houses. Throughout this period, one question kept ringing in Brian's head. How did the guy magically disappear? Also, Brian went through a guilt trip for not trusting his daughters. During this period, no whereabouts of the young boy were found. The family re-enters the house. As their relative's house was too packed, the family decided to move back into their house as they felt that the boy would not return because of the police's attention on it. As the family was nearing the house, Brian saw a light turned on the second floor of the balcony. As he gave it a closer look, he saw the boy in the same attire standing next to the window looking at them. He rushed to the police and told them what he saw. Police investigate the house again. Brian, along with the police officials, entered the house and they saw pennies. They were glued all across the house. Police searched in every nook and every corner of the house, but they couldn't find any trace. However, when one police investigated the basement, he found a wooden piece behind the dryer placed there. When he moved the dryer, he was surprised by how effortless it was. When he moved the wooden piece, he found a hidden crawl space. When they tracked it, they found that it went through all the walls in the house. Upon inspecting these mazy spaces, they found the man behind all of this mess. Daniel LaPlante. He was caught red-handed inside these crawl spaces. Whoa. This deranged teenager, after breaking up with Anne, stayed in between the walls of the house for 2 whole months, stalking her and her family the entire time through peekholes. He used the Ouija board session to create a narrative to spook the girls. Sometimes it's not a ghost. Sometimes it's scarier. Damn. Eerie Encounters, Disappearance of Skylar Niece. I have a 16-year-old daughter who apparently snuck out of her room last night. She's not been home, hasn't went to work, can't get a hold of her from any of her friends. I'm scared to death. That's what Skylar's dad told 911 when she went missing. Skylar niece's disappearance. On July 5th of 2012, 16-year-old Skylar niece returned home after her night shift at Wendy's. More Wendy's. She walked in all exhausted into her family's apartment, told her parents she was extremely tired, hugged them, told them that she loved them. Then her parents literally saw her walk through the first floor hallway, enter her room, shut the door as always. The next day, her parents Mary and Dave woke up as early as they had to go to work, but Skylar seemed to still be sleeping and her door was still shut. Once their morning chores were done, they left for work without speaking or saying anything or even seeing Skylar. They didn't want to disturb their sleeping daughter. Later that noon, Dave returned early from work and found her daughter's room still closed. Guessing that she was still asleep, he knocked on her door trying to wake her up, but as there was no answer, he broke into the room. He stood staring at his daughter's cot as she was not there. Skylar was a girl who always told her parents about her plans for the day, so Dave initially thought if his daughter had informed her anything. He couldn't recollect anything. He just tried ringing her, but she wouldn't be reachable. So he called his wife Marie, who told him to check with one of her friends that she might be with them. Dave, in a panicky state, rang Sheila, who was one of Skylar's close friends. Sheila told him that Skylar was not with her and they spoke the previous night when everything seemed to be okay. Dave asked her to let him know if she'd get to know where the whereabouts of his daughter and hung up the call. Dave ventured into his daughter's room in search of clues, and something strange struck him. The mesh screen on the room's window was missing, and the window was not fully closed. Had a gap big enough to sneak a finger through it. He found the mesh screen in Skylar's closet. Also, he found a bench positioned perfectly under the window. Dave could arrive at a vague conclusion that his daughter had been sneaking out of the house. However, if Skylar had come back home after sneaking out, she would have placed the mesh back in place and moved the bench in order to avoid getting caught. This simple logic made Dave conclude that his daughter did not return home after sneaking out the previous night. With time, Mary arrived home. The worried parents decided to give their daughter a couple of more hours of time to return. However, when they received a call from Wendy's asking if they knew why their daughter didn't turn up for work, they proved to be the tipping point. Dave called the police, and a complaint was filed. Investigation. Later that evening, Sheila rang Mary and inquired if Skylar had returned, to which told her that she didn't. They had informed the police. Panicked by what she heard, Sheila told Mary that she had met Skylar the previous night. Sheila, Skylar, and Rachel had been best friends for a real long time. They used to always hang out together. But what their parents didn't know was that this trio sneaked out of their house at night and smoked weed together. Mary was shocked to hear this. Sheila also told that in order to not wake up their parents, both while picking up and dropping, they would park the car 2 blocks away from their houses. And like always, they dropped Skylar 2 blocks away from her house the previous night. This frightened Mary and Dave, making them think that their child was abducted. So, Skylar's parents met Sheila's parents and went about searching all around their apartment in hopes of finding their daughter. Despite wasting hours together and knocking on a multitude of doors, they found no clues of Skylar's whereabouts. It was then Mary remembered that their apartment building had a security camera facing the road. They rushed to their apartment and viewed the footage after explaining the situation to the security manager. Sheila said that she'd dropped off Skylar at 12 a.m., but the footage showed Skylar running toward a car at 12:30 a.m. and getting into its back seat herself. The car was so far away that its maker registration number was not visible. Seeing the footage relieved Dave and Mary of the fear of abduction, why can't I say that word? Abduction, as she seemed to get into the car willingly. Police went through the footage and told the parents that Skylar had run away, and it was quite common in teens. They told them that she would probably return when she feels comfortable. Rachel's confession. Despite the police's best efforts and flyers put all over town, Skylar's whereabouts remained obscure for about 6 months. However, in the December of the same year, Rachel had an extreme mental breakdown. Went around breaking things and punching her family. Got so bad that her mom called the police and asked for assistance. The police went to her house and admitted her to a nearby psychiatric hospital, where she was treated for a few days. The moment she was discharged, right to the police station to make a blood-curdling confession. Back on the day when Skylar went missing, she came back from her night shift and went to her room to sleep. She was not feeling drowsy yet, and she was fidgeting with her phone and reading the messages that she had received. It was then she received messages from Rachel and Sheila, asking her if she could sneak out and join them to smoke weed with them that night. But Skylar outright rejected. Why did she reject? According to some of her friends, Sheila and Rachel were seemingly avoiding Skylar, and the trio was appearing to be turning into a duo of Sheila and Rachel. Seeing her best friends change hurt Skylar, and to show her resentment, she started to avoid them. However, she gave in to their persuasions, decided to hang out with them that night. Sheila came in her car, and they picked Skylar up right in front of her apartment building. Yes, the car that was seen in that footage was none other than Sheila's. The girls decided to go to an inhabited place that was around 45 minutes from the town to smoke weed. Uninhabited, maybe you mean. Since it was a place they had already been to, Skylar didn't think much about it. The girls got to that location, got out of the car, sat in such a way that Skylar was closest to the car, and started to roll the joint. When Sheila was about to light it, she figured out that she had left the lighter inside the car itself. She asked Skylar to get it from the car, to which he obliged. As Skylar was walking toward the car, she heard two friends shout, 1, 2, 3. And before she could react, she felt 2 knives getting plunged into her back. This is not ghosty. She tried running away from the attackers, but Sheila tackled her down, and with the help of Rachel, pinned her down. Girls started to stab Skylar in the chest and neck again, and I'll just stop here. What we learned was Wendy's is unlucky, and that's about it. This channel's not about murder. Sorry about that. Not my fault, actually. But trying to take responsibility. See ya. Paranormal M takes you on a journey through the supernatural and the unexplained. Subscribe now and stay connected to our spine-tingling stories. The darkness is calling. Are you ready? Weird things happening in my new house. I live in a pretty old house. It's been turned into a rental property. Ever since I moved in, things have been weird. It first began with noises. I wrote it off as old house noises. I've had company over, and they always feel very anxious when hearing the noises. Ask me how I feel safe when I'm alone. I just tell them I'm used to it. Then I moved my cat in for my parents. Yeah, I know that cats tend to have a weird personality, but mine began acting different. She first started staring off into the corners of the room, looking alarmed. I assumed it was weird cat behavior until she started waking me up over it. I tried to take a nap with her on the couch and wake up to her meowing and staring behind me with a wild look. I want to preface this by saying I've had sleep paralysis, and I know what it's like. I was fully awake during both of these incidents. I could move my body. The first one, my cat woke me up when I was trying to sleep for work next morning. When I opened my eyes, I saw writing all over my walls. I kept blinking, but I couldn't make out what any of it was said. Eventually went away. Slept on the couch. This happened last night. I was awake because sometimes I have insomnia. But anyways, I was lying with my eyes closed trying to fall asleep when I felt pressure on my bed by my foot. I immediately thought it was my cat hopping onto the bed to sleep like she does. I looked down and there was nothing there. I still felt it. I slid my leg under the spot of pressure and I could slide my leg around with ease, like a hand was simply resting on the bed rather than pushing down. I slid my leg underneath and shook it. The pressure let off like somebody lifted their hand. I want to add that I live with my significant other and they claim that they haven't had any strange experiences. I believe it's because he's not paying attention. He's usually playing video games and talking to his friends all day. Creepiest night of my life. I'm a female living in Arizona, a place known for paranormal encounters, extraterrestrial experiences, and all manner of weird hoodoo shit. Now, admittedly, I love the paranormal. I've had a few minor experiences up to this point in my life, but what I experienced just an hour ago takes the cake. If you've ever been to the Southwest, you know one thing about the nights. They're dark, pitch black. Anyway, it's about 11:30 at night and I've dropped off my friend at his house that's in the middle of nowhere after a day of hanging out, playing games, watching one of my favorite horror flicks. I guess I was a touch on edge, and the fact that it had rained all day and the sky was still shrouded by dark clouds that were blocking any and all natural moonlight from helping me see may not have made it any better. The lights on my truck are admittedly not the strongest, and with so little light and a slippery road, you've got to be aware of everything to be safe. So I'm driving down a fairly well-lit but deserted stretch of road a few miles long to start heading back to civilization. All of a sudden, this chill, not really a chill, but a sensation of nope just licks at the back of my neck. I'm coming up on this odd blue light that's hitting the street in front of me, which is already slightly jarring. It's giving the sickly yellow color of the streetlights around it. The second I pass under the blue light, it goes out. I see a huge shadow pass over the road silently in front of me. At this point, I'm getting nervous because this is a bit too much for my already freaked out self. It doesn't get better from there, either. I finally reach the highway, and I have the option to turn onto a back road that's under a ton of construction, or go down to the highway and get home from there. Naturally, abandoned back road with heavy construction loses. Turn onto the highway. About this time, a smaller truck starts really flooring it, like climbing up my bumper as I'm headed toward home. People drive like this in Arizona, constantly want to go 30 above the speed limit. And if not that, then getting so far up your ass you'd think that you were a thong. So it wasn't particularly abnormal at first. Basically, I'm driving down the highway and see my turnoff coming up. So I signal, and the second I do, so does this dude behind me in the truck. No big deal, next turnoff comes up. This one's a left, and you wouldn't believe it, this truck guy does the same a second or two after I signal. Again, not too freaky, making it almost believable. But then, I merge into the far right lane once I make that turn, and so does truck guy. At this point it's getting weird, but I haven't given up hope yet. So I continue past the main entrance of the strip mall that's near my house, and the second I signal to turn again, then merge into the far right lane once more, truck guy does the same, staying very close on my tail and always signaling just a moment after me. At this point, all of my memories of hearing people saying that they were followed kicks in, and I'm trying to think about how I can ensure I don't lead this creep right to my front door. So it hits me. Make 3 consecutive turns in the same direction, and if they're following you, you'll know because 3 turns lead you in a circle. So I think, sure, there's a back entrance to the mall, so I'll pretend to turn in there. I turn toward the mall, stopping at the right turn lane, and truck guy whizzes past me. Take a breath, go back up to the road. Toward my house, I'm determined to get this guy's plates, just in case. And I did too. I repeated the numbers over and over in my head and out loud in the silence of the cab of my truck. This time, luckily, I was the one following. Made me feel safer, more in control. I watched the truck guy turn onto a street, and once I see he's gone, I drove past and double-checked in my rear view that the guy isn't back behind me again. Luckily, I don't see him. But right about now, I'm starting to getting the creeps. Only a mile or 2 from my house now, and everything's starting to come to a sort of calm. I make it home looking around before I hop out of my truck and hold my keys close, my finger on the panic button. For those of you who don't know, a panic button on a car's fob can be crazy handy. Keep those keys in your hand when walking alone in a dark street or in a dark place. If somebody gets close to you, hold that button down and the alarm will blare and every set of eyes in the area will be on you in a matter of minutes. And you can bet that whoever's trying to get close won't stick around with all the witnesses peeking out to see what the racket is. Finally, I get inside. I realize just as I'm getting to my bedroom, I forgot to take the trash can to the curb. So it's midnight now, and here I am dragging a set of cans down my driveway in the pitch dark. Something again doesn't feel right. It's so quiet, no crickets, no birds, not even bats are flying around. Then as I'm glancing around suspiciously, trying to see anything in the darkness, I spot it. Near the open desert at the end of my street, a tall, pale man is standing just outside the glow of a neighbor's garage lights. Just standing there staring. No discernible facial features, just an extremely tall, pale, and lanky form. At this point, I've seen enough, and I sprint back into the house as my dog starts barking like crazy. I watched the garage door close, then ran right to my room. Been hearing scratches on my bedroom window, and I'm too scared to open the blinds and peek out. What if whatever is scratching started doing what I was doing? Got a blade right next to my bed. Not taking chances. Gotta say, you come across a little bit... Well, I'll just hold my comment. What do you guys think? I had something in my room, and a psychic coworker confirmed it. A couple of years ago, I was working at a job with somebody who told me, pretty much from the point that I met her, that she was psychic. Now I'm a believer in the paranormal and psychics and energy and all that jazz. It wasn't a stretch for me to believe that she might be telling the truth, but I can assure you now that I very much do believe that she is the real deal. When the activity started, it was just one very small thing. I had a little Arctic fox plushie I kept on my bed, and at one point I would come home to it being in the dead center of my bed. It was only ever this one plushie, always in the middle of my bed. I have a dog, and even though she had never moved any of my plushies around before, I kind of shrugged it off and decided it was probably her moving it during the day while I was at work. For days in a row, I would come home to this little fox just sitting there. They'd move it back to its proper spot each day, only to find it in the middle of the bed yet again when I would come home from work the next evening. It was weird, but again, I just shrugged it off as my dog doing these things. The next thing was a bit weirder. I would have vivid dreams, or at least I'd think they were dreams. I'd be laying in my bed in the dark, and suddenly I'd feel spiders crawling on my exposed skin. Anything over my blanket would have the sensation of spiders running across it. I would jump out of bed fully awake at that point and turn on my light to investigate. Never found a single spider or bug anywhere. The third thing I experienced was the very last thing I could try to explain away. I was laying in bed one night, kind of drifting off as I listened to a horror narrator on YouTube. Something I had to credit to what I saw. Don't blame me, I'm laying on my back facing the ceiling, the top of my headboard, which is incredibly high as I have one of those combo bed dresser headboard things. It's hard to explain, but basically my headboard's a tall dresser with cabinets and drawers surrounding my actual mattress. The part above my bed is the alcove with mirrors and 2 built-in lights that sit inside it, with the top of the headboard dresser being what the lights were fixed into. Anyway, I had a light on the headboard turned on, so as I was blinking in and out of sleep while listening to these stories, I opened my eyes only to see a small black shadow quickly duck behind the ridge at the top of my headboard. I blinked a few times, but I didn't see the shadow again. However, I passed it off by telling myself it was probably my imagination from being so tired. I turned off my light and went to sleep. The fourth and final experience leading up to the end of the story, that's the one that made me stop denying something was definitely happening. One night, I'm doing my routine of listening to scary stories and relaxing in bed. I went to plug in my cell phone. The place where I plug my phone in is right next to where I used to keep my chunky rubber bracelets. You know, the ones you get from Hot Topic. So I go to plug my phone in, and as I turn over to put the charger in the outlet, I see not a foot from my face one of the rubber bracelets move at least an inch to the right directly in front of me. It didn't roll, it slid across a wooden surface. I sat up straight surprised, and I knew what I saw. There's no explaining that away. I just kind of sat there for a few minutes in a what the hell kind of shock. Eventually plugged my phone in and went to bed. At this point in the story, I need to tell you that I not once mentioned these experiences to pretty much anyone. Not my family, not my boyfriend, not my coworkers. Nobody. This is important because the next day after I saw that bracelet move, I went into work. As I sat down at the break room table, only one other person was in the room at the time. And you guessed it, it was my psychic coworker. The moment my butt hit the chair, she casually asked me, "So what's going on in your room?" Stunned, I took a moment to compose myself. Then I explained that I thought there was something, but I really wasn't sure. She nodded and said, "Oh yeah, you have a trickster in your room. It probably got in through your mirrors." I was shocked because, to my knowledge, she had never seen my bedroom. She never even saw pictures, at least that I can remember. There is a chance, looking back, I showed her a picture of my Halloween setup in my room before this, but I honestly can't remember. Either way, her words shocked me. I asked her what she thought I should do about it. She told me to sage my room, especially the mirrors, then tell it to leave. Well, I went home that night and I did just that. I grow sage in my backyard, so I make bundles to smudge my house on occasion. Went around my room, smudging my closet, my whole room, and my mirrors, ending at the window I had opened at the far side of my bedroom. As soon as I got to the window to finish my smudging, the whole frickin' thing just burst into flame. I had to immediately put the smudge stick out, because it just frickin' ignited the second I got to the window. Immediately, I texted my coworker and told her what happened. She explained that the sage bursting into flames was the entity leaving. A final trick, as it would go away. Closed the window, put the sage away, and that was the end of that. I never had anything like that occur, and the weeks prior happen again, but I have to say that after the whole thing was said and done, I got curious and looked up tricksters. And what came up kind of cemented that this was in fact very real for me. One of the ones listed was a spider trickster, and the other was a fox. Not sure which one it was, but considering it kept moving my fox plushie, figure maybe that's why. The entity liked messing with phones. Okay, now that that's out of the way, last year, between 5 and 7 months ago, I had a few experiences with something that seemed to have a penchant for messing with phones. A little side info to start the story off. I have a phone that requires a password in order to be shut off completely. It doesn't have, or anyone else's fingerprint, or password either. Oh, doesn't have anyone else's fingerprint as password. So the first thing that happened to start this off is that I woke up one day to my cell phone being unplugged from both my actual phone and the wall outlet itself, as well as being moved from the shelf I put it on when I went to sleep that night to a different nearby shelf. Didn't exactly scream paranormal, but it was weird, and so I didn't really think much of it. Figured I just moved it at some point during the night and didn't remember, even though I've never done anything like that before. The second thing that happened brings up the preliminary information I gave about how my phone shuts off, and it's a process. But you really can only shut the phone off after you've unlocked it, which is why this struck me as much odder than the first occurrence. If you've read my previous post on the sub, you might have figured out that it's kind of a nightly routine to plug my phone in, turn on scary story narrations on YouTube, and leave it playing for on a long video to help me fall asleep. I do this daily. This isn't something that's happened before or since. Essentially, I went to bed following my normal nightly routine. I woke up to my phone being completely shut off. I woke up, reached over to check the time on my phone, and noticed it was turned completely off. It was weird, but I figured for some reason my phone wasn't charging during the night and died. So I tried to turn it on, expecting to get a no battery sign or whatever. That was only to find it at 100% battery once it booted up. It was weird, and I ended up joking to my family that a ghost turned my phone off. I didn't actually mean it, but I still decided better safe than sorry, due to my previous trickster experience discussed in the last post to sub. I went to bed that night, and as I was sitting in my room, I spoke out of the room and said something along the lines of, "Hey, if there's anything in here, please don't mess with me or my dog, and please don't mess with my phone. I needed to wake up for work, so it's very important you don't mess with any of my electronics, okay? You can stick around as long as you don't do anything to mess with me, my dog, or my stuff." I left it at that. After that, my phone didn't turn off, wasn't unplugged, and didn't move again. Kinda just shrugged it off after that. Until one night I woke from a dead sleep in the middle of the night, rolled over, opened my eyes just for a moment, and saw something. So here's the weird part. This thing I saw was cute. Like it wasn't a person. Can't even really describe it, but it just felt cute. I'm not sure what I believe it was, but it was little, like a child little. Got this weird vibe that it was just this cute little thing. Didn't feel scary or malicious at all. I remember distinctly that as soon as I blinked, it vanished. I literally spoke out loud and said very clearly, "If that was you, you're so cute." And then I fell back to sleep. A week or so later, my grandfather ended up having his work phone go missing around 20 minutes before he had to leave for work. He was searching everywhere around the house for it. I checked the couch, under the cushion, under the actual couch, and I checked the closets. I helped him check underneath his bed, in his closet, everywhere. Eventually, while he, myself, and my grandma were searching for his phone, I came up with the idea to go into my room and talk to the thing that had messed with my phone the weeks before. I told the thing that if it took his phone, it needed to be returned right now, and it was very important that he had it. This entity couldn't mess with anyone's electronics in the house. Then I checked the couch again. Suddenly, the phone was there, sitting under the middle of the couch in pretty plain sight. It wasn't there before, and I'm sure of it because I checked that exact spot before I talked to the thing I thought was hanging out in my room. A few days later, I decided to sage. Not to get rid of what was messing with the phones, just as a routine I do every 6 to 8 weeks to keep stuff that way. I figured it wouldn't chase away the entity that I saw because, well, I didn't feel bad and I only asked negative entities to leave. But I guess the entity decided it had overstayed its welcome. I haven't seen it again, and none of our electronics or other belongings have been moved or played with since. Sounds like a Furby. I saw something at the side of my bed, and it really freaked me out. So, the title is pretty much the biggest part of what I personally experienced with this. The rest comes from my housemate's perspective. Also, I know if I don't mention this up front, somebody's going to drop a comment about how, "This isn't real, she writes scary stories." And yeah, I do write horror stories. Some of them are based off the real paranormal experiences I have. But I'd never post anything fictional to this sub. That's what no sleep is for. Anyway, back to the experience. So this happened just last week. Some events leading up to it came from my housemate's account of what they saw, heard, and felt. It started with housemate T. They were the first to report something. Out of all the people in the house, I'm the only one who really believes or gives much merit to the supernatural. But recently, something happened that spooked my other two housemates pretty badly. One night while T was in bed, I don't know what times he didn't mention, he swore he saw the lamp in his dresser move. He even went as far as to tell my other roommate, my roommate Kay, about this. So Kay brushes it off, says it's probably nothing. Maybe he just imagined it in the dark. And admittedly, it's not much. But I feel like it was the first step in what would come. A few nights later, I'm asleep with my dog. And suddenly I wake up. My dog isn't reacting, and I honestly wasn't sure if she was awake at that moment. But I opened my eyes and glanced down my bed. About 2.5, maybe 3 feet from me, there was this dark shape. It didn't look human, like a shadow person. It looked very inhuman. It was a shadow, but it seemed like it was craggy and very black. I only saw it for about 2 seconds before my bedroom door burst open. I literally yelled, "What the fuck?" Only to see my housemate Kay standing in the door, asking if I was okay. I told her, yeah, I was asleep. I didn't even think to mention what I had just seen. She told me she heard what sounded like somebody retching or throwing up from her room. She didn't just hear it once either. Kay said the first time that she heard it, it woke her up. She wasn't entirely sure she had actually heard Kay. She decided that since she woke up to use the bathroom and apparently she was in there, she heard the noise again, clear as anything. And this is why she came to check on me. She thought maybe I was really sick. Told her I was fine, it wasn't me, and I knew it wasn't my dog because I've heard her get sick in the middle of the night and I always wake up when it happens. At this point, dog is definitely awake, but not acting strange. She never does when stuff like this happens. Kay accepts what I say and goes back to bed. As I'm laying on my bed in the dark, I just have this really unsettling feeling. I manage to get back to sleep and think nothing of it for the rest of the day. About a day or two later, however, I'm in the kitchen getting myself a drink or something, and Kay and I are alone in the house. All of a sudden, Kay calls to me from the other side of the house. I go over to see what she needs. I get to her room and she tells me she feels like she needs me to see this. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe her. I give her a quizzical look and follow her into her room. The porcelain doll I had gifted her about 3 years ago had fallen about 3 feet away from its place on top of a curio Kay has in her room. It's along with these other 4 or so porcelain dolls, all of which haven't moved an inch. She gives me this wide-eyed look and says that she was in the shower, nowhere near the doll. She didn't even hear it fall. But when she came out, her shower's connected to her bedroom, the doll was on the floor. Nothing had bumped it. The doll hadn't been recently moved or anything. Because it sits in a position where its legs are folded under it, the doll itself should be pretty stable. She was pretty spooked, and I took the opportunity to explain what I thought I saw the other night before she came into my room. It felt unsafe to be talking about it in the house, though. Kay insisted we leave for a little while and get out. Once we were in the car and driving away, it felt okay to talk about it. I mentioned to Kay that feeling of hesitance I had at saying anything about it in that house. Kay said that she felt the same, scared to talk about it while we were in there. Got home after about 2 hours of staying out and away. We saged the whole place together, and since then nothing else has happened. I don't know why, but it seems like we just randomly get these paranormal encounters every few months, especially if I haven't saged in a while. The house isn't built on a site where anyone died. The house itself isn't super old, and none of us are actively into the occult, so I'm not entirely sure why this stuff seems to happen. The thing that spooks me is whatever is in the house seemed genuinely frightening, and it definitely spooked my very non-believer housemates into feeling like something unexplained was happening. Most of the time, the shit I experience isn't super scary or disturbing, just mildly weird. At least, on one occasion, an entity that visited was just cute and mischievous. I'm not sure what it was in my house, and I wonder if anybody else has experienced seeing something like what I saw that night. If you guys have any answers, I'd appreciate hearing your theories and experiences. Haunted house I used to live in. My family had just moved out of our very first house in Arizona due to having a small space for us 4 siblings, 2 brothers and 1 sister. We moved to a nice 4-bedroom home with a huge backyard and lots of living space for all the kids to have fun. I was 8 or 9 at the time. The day we moved in, there really wasn't much help for my parents carrying in stuff from the moving truck. All I wanted to do was grab my stuff from my room because that's all I cared about at the time. My brothers, who were older than me, wanted to share a room, and my sister and I got our own rooms, which was so nice at first because I was able to not be annoyed by my brothers while trying to sleep or have friends over. The first item I had brought into the house was a green silk mesh-type lamp. I was in love with this thing for some reason. I wanted that in my room first before anything else to claim which room was mine. Quickly ran inside of my lamp and sprinted to the first room on the left of the hallway. I knew it was the room for me. Perfect sized room for activities with friends or even to go play with Legos and other toys. I quickly found an outlet in the corner of the room to plug in this magnificent, but ugly now that I think about it, lamp into the wall. As I'm plugging in the lamp, I hear someone whispering behind me. Thought it was my brother, so I say back to him, "Hold on, I'm fixing my lamp." As I turn around, I see no one behind me, so I quickly get up and look down the hallway, through the rooms. No one to be found. I walk outside to the moving truck, and my whole family's out there sorting stuff around. I asked my brothers if they had come in and said something to me while I was in the room, and they both laughed and said no. Totally thought that they were joking with me, so I left it alone. A couple of weeks passed by, and we're finally fully settled into our new home. What a relief, doing nothing except make my room look awesome. I feel ya. Hadn't done any exploring of the house really because I was too busy making my room perfect. It was finally time to see what cool features this house had for 8 or 9-year-old me. First thing I noticed was an extra bedroom with like wallpaper of Mickey Mouse and Disneyland with an old-time feel to it. There was a room attached to the carport that we had on the side of the house. A tool room connected to it also. My parents had put all the extra boxes and cleaning supplies in the old, creepy-looking room. I asked my parents, why did they share a room if there's one right here? They didn't give me an answer. They told me to not talk about the storage room and only go in there to get into the carport. Well, I agreed and I moved on. From the laundry room, there was the kitchen, and the previous owners had extended the house out another 800, 900 square feet with a massive game room next to the dining area and kitchen. From the gaming room, that was our outside area, covering over half an acre with a small little shed and shack in the corner and a tree house that seemed very, very old and run down. On the other side of the game room was a little room with a fireplace, great to hang around during the holidays, and next to that was a living room. Overall, it was a huge house for me at the time. I was so happy I had a lot of room to run around and be a stupid little kid. A couple of months passed by and the family was doing well. I'd gone to a new school and met some good friends that actually lived in the same neighborhood as me. So we obviously became best friends, since we could easily have sleepovers and whatnot. One night on the weekend, my best friend had slept over. We started off by playing a video game in my room. He had asked me what's wrong with my closet door, and we had investigated it. Turns out it had been off-center in the side. So I fixed it, but while I was in the closet, I had noticed a tiny little door that went to the bottom of the house. I noticed it was held in with nails, so I barely pulled it and it came right off. My friend had a mini flashlight he liked to carry around, so we used that to look inside. I could see where the bathroom was because I could see the pipes and even the bathtub. It was dark and really, really creepy. Just had a bad feeling about the opening up of that little door. Made me get chills down my neck because it had a different type of atmosphere once I looked inside and used the flashlight to look around. I told my friend to help me put the little door back on so we could get back to having fun playing games. Little did we know we had just let something out. We had moved to the game room since we're being loud and didn't want to wake up my parents or siblings. It was about 11, maybe 12 at night. We had a huge TV in the game room, so we're just having fun, playing Halo and Call of Duty. Our game room had windows all around it, looking into the backyard. My friend and I were playing video games, and all of a sudden we heard tapping on the window. At first, I thought it was maybe my cat messing around with, like, the hanging cord from the blinds, maybe. I ignored it. Happened again, but from a different window. My friend had asked me to go get my cat. When we turned around from the couch, my cat was not in the room with us. So we both get a little weird feeling that something wasn't right. We ignored it once again. Finally, after hearing it for a third time, we would go investigate the noise. My friend and I both got up and went to the back of the room to look outside the window through a small crack in the blinds. We had seen nothing at all except a tree that could maybe barely hit the window with a branch. We debated on whether it was the tree or not for a couple of minutes, but then, all of a sudden, my friend was frozen. I asked him, "What's wrong?" He didn't answer. I kept asking and asking. He finally replied, "Look at your shed." I looked, and there I had seen two faint glowing eyes looking right over at us. We both dashed from the window and into the couch. We were frightened, but didn't want to wake up my parents because, well, would have probably gotten in trouble doing so. We just started coming up with ideas and what it could have possibly been. We had so many, so we eventually just kind of let it go and played more games until we passed out. Another couple of months passed with little to no noise or creepy things happening to me. I felt normal for once. Until one night I'm going to sleep in my room, and I usually kept my door open just so my cat could get in, and he had walked right in and I couldn't really see him. He was a black cat, and my room was obviously dark, so all I could do was hear him. I heard him walk in and look around like any other cat would do. Then I heard him do something in my closet door, or to it. At least I think it was him to this day. He had opened my closet door just enough to walk inside, and then silence. I thought to myself, he's just exploring, it's fine. I slept it off. The next morning I'd woken up to my closet door being almost basically halfway open. I went to close it, but I noticed the little door in the corner of the closet had been taken off and put to the side, as if somebody had placed it there. I went to ask my whole family if they had gone into my room last night or this morning. They all said no. I ignored it once again and tried coming up with this dumb idea as to what it could have been. I put the little door back on and went on with my day. Same thing happened the next night. Cats walk in, open closet, silence. The morning, same thing with the little door in the closet set up on the side of the wall with the blackness of the underground of the house completely visible. At this point, I knew it was my brothers messing with me or my parents working on the house or something. Both of them denied it was them. At this point, I was scared. I didn't know what was going on. No one else was having these things happen to them. I felt alone. My best friend had come over again, and this time his mom had dropped him off instead of him walking. They both stepped inside the house, and my mother had said, "This feels very dark. I cannot be in this house." As she says this, her car, obviously in park, starts rolling down the little driveway we have. We all run after it and see that it's still in the park position. How could that even be possible? She instantly left and had never come back. Her son still was my best friend, so it's okay. We might have wore out the parking brake. That was the first time my parents had thought of something that didn't sound right with the house. They obviously shook it off. The rest of the night felt normal and good since I had my friend over. Of course, all of the noises that I had heard up to this point were nonsense. I totally ignored everything, thinking it was all a lie. Well, I thought wrong. A couple of weeks pass, and it feels darker. I no longer feel it's just my family in this home. I get scared all the time and just feel like I had to be next to my parents' side all the time. I thought maybe I should have another friend come over, try to have fun. So I invited a friend over that was on my football team. He had been dropped off, and we watched movies and played games all night. That was in the living room because I knew that he would get scared in the game room, knowing from experience. My brother's on the same team as us, so he was also friends with them, so we all hung out having fun. It was becoming late in the night, and we all decided we would sleep in the living room together. My parents had brought out an air mattress for one of us to sleep on. I slept on the little couch closest to the kitchen and walk-in area. My brother slept in the air mattress, and her friend had slept on a larger couch on the other side of the room. The room itself really wasn't too big, so we basically were sleeping close to each other. My friend's couch could touch mine, so there was a gap in the corner of the room with an empty space, and the air mattress was touching both couches almost. I think you get how big this room is. It was late, around 11 p.m. That's when we decided to go to sleep. We finished up whatever movie we were watching and went to bed. My brother and my friend both fell asleep pretty quick. About 35, maybe 45 minutes after we had gone to sleep, I called their names and both didn't answer, assuming that they were asleep. I was wide awake. I could not sleep. While laying there, I heard a little girl crying and saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad." I thought it was my sister. She usually cries due to having nightmares or migraines. I ignored it and thought that, well, perhaps it would just be resolved. But again, a couple of minutes later, I heard it again, only to realize it was getting closer to the living room. I was scared, so I woke up my brother and told him to listen. Obviously, right when I wake him up, it stops. He got mad at me and went back to sleep. It happened a third time, and it was even closer. Thought I was going crazy, so I ignored it and thought of happy things. Kinda helped and made me fall asleep. Randomly at 3 a.m. I woke up, wide awake. The room should have been dark, but it was somewhat bright. Bright enough to where I could see my brother and my friend clear as day. And the weird part, they both were awake. I could see their eyes open. We had all waken up at 3 a.m. randomly without waking each other up. They both were in front of me, so I could see them before they saw me, and eventually they both realized they were awake and looked at me. They started crying for some reason. I thought, what the hell is going on with them? They were frozen and crying, looking over at me. I asked them, "What are you guys doing?" My brother finally told me, "Don't move, but look in the corner of the couches slowly." I was already panicking and still get chills writing this today. I look in between the couches, and there was a girl, probably around 5'1", in a white old dress with brown hair and green eyes and a cut-up face, bruised neck and body, glowing and looking right at me. Eyes wide open, and her nasty teeth were showing also. just gazing at me with a grin on her face. I was frozen. I couldn't tell or scream or anything. I was in paralysis. It was the longest 2 minutes of my life. I would blink and she was still on the inside of my eyelids. I was so afraid. Eventually, she had disappeared and we all got up and woke my parents up. We'd explained what had happened, and the next morning we had a priest come and bless the house. After we had the priest bless our house, it felt lighter and just in a better mood. I had stopped hearing noises and feeling anxiety and nervousness all the time. I don't know exactly what I saw, but it still is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Still cannot explain some of the things I've seen. Can't puzzle them together either. The one room the priest didn't go into was the extra bedroom with the Mickey Mouse wallpaper. Was it on purpose? Could he feel he couldn't bless that room due to the demonic presence that he couldn't handle? Was it in the little girl's room? Never went through that room again. A couple years later, we still moved out of that house. Spirit didn't let us out of my room. So I was about 16 years old, and at that time very interested in ghosts, paranormal things, all of that. My mom is, I wouldn't really say a medium, but highly esoteric and can see things in or around other humans. For example, she can feel bad energies and also describe dead loved ones of her customers standing beside perfectly. If you want to hear more stories of my mom, just let me know. So her being so sensitive to those things did wake my interest even more. So I went online and researched on ways to communicate with energies or spirits and found out a way to do so. I invited my sister and 2 of our neighbors' kids to help and watch. I didn't wanted to do that alone, because of obvious reasons. We waited for my mother to leave because she prohibited specifically to ever communicate with the other world. We wrote letters and numbers and also yes, no on a paper, cropped them, and then arranged them in a circle. Basically made a Ouija board. We lowered the shutters in my room, and yeah, we did that in my room, stupid I know. We lit candles, placed them in different places in my room. Me and my sister placed our hands on an upside-down drinking glass, and the neighbor kids watched from the bed. The first few times, they laughed and chuckled when they said phrases like, "Is someone here who wants to talk with us? Or, if you want to communicate, please do that." After a few minutes, a few candles started to flicker. Didn't think much about it because candles flicker usually. But after some more time, some of them really started to freak me out. They started to look like somebody tried to blow them out. You know, like when you want to blow out candles but don't use enough air, so you just blow the flame in one direction. The glass started moving. I looked at my sister and she looked at me, simultaneously asking if one of us was perhaps pushing it. We both got really freaked out, so we took our hands off the glass and that frickin' thing moved on its own. I got a panic attack and we all screamed and ran to my door to get out. We closed it before, and in hindsight, it was a very stupid idea. I pressed the handle of my door down, but that thing didn't move a bit. My sister and the neighbor kids started to help pressing it down. We leaned on it with all of our body weight combined, and it didn't move an inch. The candles started to go out, and we just screamed and screamed. Eventually, it opened. We ran into the kitchen into a corner and just cried. From this day on, I didn't sleep well in my room because I felt watched all the time and my writing desk chair started moving on its own. I placed it under the desk and the next morning it stood a good meter away from it. My mom also noticed that my room didn't feel right, like something lurks inside of it and asked me if I did something stupid. Eventually, I told her, and she was furious, saying that I could have brought much more evil into her apartment than a spirit that amuses itself by disturbing us. She did a ritual in my room, saying a few phrases, putting a protective circuit, and smoking it out with sage. I was never disturbed by it again. Just one it this time. Nonetheless, to say I'll never do that again. Weird happenings. This is not my first time having something like this happen to me, but it's the first time it's happened to my girlfriend. It's 2:37 a.m. and I just got home from dropping my girlfriend off at her house. I've had the feeling of someone watching me since around noon yesterday. Then, when I went to pick her up to go to the Walmart around 9:45, when I got to her house, she, by the way, lives in a really nice mobile home park, I was waiting for her in my car with the windows down for a few minutes. I was reading on my phone when I kinda saw someone walk by my car wearing dark clothing out of the corner of my eye. I didn't look up from reading until a few seconds later. I didn't see anyone in my rearview mirrors, but I could still hear footsteps on the pavement. I even turned around and saw no one there. They didn't go into another house because the 2 lots across the street are empty. Kinda got creeped out. Finally, a few minutes later, Emily came outside to let the dogs into the backyard before we left. So I got out of the car and had a cigarette with her. That was while we were talking and waiting for the dog to do their business. Then we heard this noise next door, like bricks falling. I may have screamed a little. The bricks that her neighbor had stacked up next to this flower bed had all fallen down. This Virgin Mary statue had fallen and her head was broken off. We both walked over to look because it startled both of us. We were worried her neighbor may have fallen inside the mobile home and caused the bricks to shift. She went closer. I stayed on her driveway. She got in front of his house and she looked up from where the bricks had fallen and her neighbor was peeking out the window right at her. We didn't know what the noise was and was looking out the window and then saw her. He thought that she made the noise. He came out and was like, "What's going on?" We told him his bricks had fallen and his Mary statue had broken. He said he'd look into it in the morning. That's when I told her about the quote-unquote person walking by my car right before she came out of the house. That freaked her out a bit. So we went to take the dogs inside. Her Chihuahua, or Chihuahua, Squirt, basically jumped into my arms when I went to pet him and he was shaking. And her Catahoula. Her Catahoula Blow, or Bleux, Blow, wanted to get back into the house. Didn't even come to see me like he usually does. They were scared to death. I don't have any idea what happened, and all I know is we got the dogs settled in the house and we went to Walmart. On the way, she kept looking in my backseat and touching her neck and never let go of my hand. I asked her what was up, and she said something touched her neck several times. Then she told me that she had a feeling like someone was watching her since she got home from work at 8:30 p.m. All I can think of is in the backseat of my tarot cards. I literally just cleansed them last week and haven't touched them since. Tonight we're going to burn sage in our house when she gets home from work. I'm seeing people who aren't there. My girlfriend lives in a nice trailer park about 5 minutes away from where I live. We're in the suburb of St. Petersburg, Florida. Where she lives, there's a lot of old and elderly people and not a lot of people our age, mid-30s. A few of the trailers in the park are not occupied because it's mainly snowbirds. People who come for the summer, right? Perhaps? What's a snowbird? I've been with my girlfriend Emily for just about 6 months. We just found out her mom, who lives in another state, was given 6 months to live, and of course Emily was upset. So she asked me to come over and we ate a late dinner with her. Got there around 1:30 a.m. Friday morning. We have dinner, hang out, and talk, and I rub her back. When she's ready to go to bed, I'm leaving and we're hugging, and she gives me a really sweet kiss and thanks me for coming over to be with her. When she backs up, I see this old man. He's standing in the yard 2 doors down where no one lives. Gives us a look like he's disgusted with seeing gay PDA at 4:30 in the morning, so I say something along the lines of, "We're being watched, babe." She turns around and I'm still looking at the old man. When she turned to look, he basically turned around and walked around the side of the house, but she should have seen him walking. But she just said, "Are you sure?" The guy that lived there died, and his wife moved back to Maine a few months ago. See, she put it up for sale. She pointed to the for sale sign in front of it, and I swore up and down I saw the guy, and she said she believes me. I described the man I saw, and she confirmed that that's what the man who passed away looked like, down to his khaki overalls and light blue plaid short-sleeve button-up shirt and brown ball cap. It's not the first time I've seen people that she couldn't see. She doesn't make fun of me, and I've had 2 dreams since that night, and he's been in them in the background, staring like I saw him the other morning. Snowbird. New word. Snowbird's the word. I have been dreaming about the same person who I've never met or seen for years. Could they be a ghost? For about 4 years now, I've been having repeated dreams about a mystery man who always looks the same and feels the same every time I dream about him. The thing is, I've never met or seen this person in real life. These dreams feel deeper than others I've had in the past. I usually have new dreams involving him every 2 weeks or so. They're not usually back to back. I'm a young adult and very introverted, so I've never had any romantic relationships before, and I've never been romantic towards someone in my life. I'm not really into that stuff, to be honest, and yet I can feel that this man in my dreams has such strong romantic feelings towards me. I reciprocate these feelings toward him. It feels like a very deep connection where we don't even need to speak to know the depth of our love we're having for each other. Never felt anything like that in real life. He's very distinct looking, and his features are as such. Very big, bright green eyes. Once in a while, he wears black glasses. Jet black hair, very tall, often wears a big green comfy sweater. He looks and feels like a giant teddy bear. Someone very warm, soft, kind, sweet, that type of thing. Every time I look at him in the dream, he's always looking directly at me. He also never turned his back on me and never looks away from me. He's always facing towards me and looking at me first before I look at him in any dream. The way he looks at me is what I can only imagine how somebody in love would look at the person they love. He'll often just be around me and be nearby. He usually doesn't speak, just smiles, sits, or stands close to me. He almost radiates this energy of love and content. Very peaceful feeling whenever he's around. The dreams are very symbolic too. I once had a dream where him and I were in a garden. Saw the exact same 2 blue monarch butterflies flying around each other like a pair. Monarch butterflies that are blue apparently don't exist in the real world. Upon doing some research, I put my hand out and one of them flew over to me and landed on my finger. I then showed the mysterious man and exclaimed, "Look, there's 2 of them." He then looked at me and smiled at me and then gestured toward an open door just behind me, or behind him. I let the butterfly in my finger fly back to the other butterfly and took the man's hand and walked with him through the door. Then the dream ended. That dream is a couple of months old, but still sticks with me to this day. All of this makes me wonder if this mysterious dream person exists out there somewhere, or if they actually are a ghost or spirit who visits me in my dreams. Nothing wrong with having that be the place to set your bar. Dream about a vampire. For about 4 years now, I've been having repeated dreams about a mysterious man who always looks the same and feels the same every time I dream about him. The thing is, I've never met or seen this person in real life, and these dreams feel deeper than others I've had in the past. I'm a young adult, very introverted, so am I repeating myself? Let me check. Same person, different story, I believe. I had this dream with this man in it again. It was set in an enchanted forest surrounded by tall trees. We were also away from regular society where no one could find us. The colors in this dream were so crisp, clear, and vivid. I was inside of a medieval modest cottage that was cozy with warm colors around. A warm, bright fireplace and hearth, a comfy couch, and a table with lots of books on top. There was wood, stone walls, and torches on those walls. It had a beautiful interior that felt safe and comfortable. Homey. I'm standing in the middle of the room in this medieval dress, just taking in my surroundings. Then in enters this mysterious man again. He entered from a white-painted cottage door, then closed it. Upon seeing him, I somehow already knew that we were in a relationship and were living together. He had just walked in from tending the garden outside and doing yard work in the summer sun, almost as if this was a routine for him. He saw me looking at him and then looked right back at me. Every time I look at him in a dream, he always is looking directly at me. But the way he looked at me, including in this dream, is what I can only imagine how someone in love would look at the person they love. He had a lovely smile, the one where you can see the person's eyes squint because they're just so genuinely happy. I observed him, and he was tall and stood firm, relaxed, gentle, comfortable. He had long jet black hair that went slightly past his shoulders, wearing black gardening gloves in his hands, and he also wore Victorian black Wellington boots to avoid getting mud in his shoes. He approached me, and I saw him up close. He had beautiful green eyes like he always does in every dream. He also always has black hair, but it's usually shorter. Generally in dreams before and after this point, he'll often just be around me and maybe be nearby. He usually doesn't speak, just smiles or sits and stands close to me. He almost radiates this energy of love and contentment. It's a very peaceful feeling whenever he's around. Anyways, he did end up speaking to me. He didn't say a word, but he spoke to me through my mind. The term being telepathy, I believe. Indeed. He repeatedly said in my head, "I'm a vampire," for about a minute straight. However, I wasn't afraid of him because he wasn't a monster to me. I felt and always feel such strong romantic feelings towards him, and I basically reciprocate these feelings towards myself. It feels like a very deep connection where we don't even need to speak to know the depth of love we have for each other. Never felt anything like that in real life. Then suddenly his eyes turned a different color, or a mix of colors, I should say. His eyes changed from green to bright orange. That orange color was in the center of his eye. Then he had a yellow color that outlined the outer rim of his eye, and a red color that outlined the inner rim of his eye. It was very strange, but I remember saying to him, "I've never seen eyes like yours before." I just stared at him for a long time. Then he proceeded to smile, and I gave him a big hug and a quick kiss. Then that's when I woke up, so basically I was in a happy, committed relationship with a vampire. Not sure what it all means, but I thought it was pretty cool to share. That thing I said before about setting the bar. Keep that part, but not the vampire part. That's just my 2 cents. Help me figure out what's going on at my house. I've recently moved back to my childhood home with my partner. That's because my parents are now living in long-term care. I didn't have any strange experiences growing up there, but for many years, Mom has seen a dark shadow figure hovering above her in bed. For this reason, she started drinking alcohol every night to fall asleep. That was in her late 60s. Continued for nearly a decade up until going to long-term care this year. I never believed these stories as Mom was diagnosed with dementia around that time, but my partner and I had moved in the house that maybe 8 years while my parents had separated. Each of us had one weird experience at that time. Mom was visiting family, and he and I were alone in the house for a few weeks. I'd been briefly, quote-unquote, locked in the basement by something holding the doorknob. It doesn't lock, and I felt resistance on the knob. My partner had the garden hose water tap turned off on him while holding water in the garden. He was in sight of the tap in a fenced-in yard with no one else home. Fast forward 8 years, and he and I have moved into the house in July 2022. Strange things happened almost immediately. The house needs a complete renovation, and we've been spending our leisure time in the backyard with one big inconvenience. There's no electrical plugs outside, so we ran extension cords and used flashlights. Since moving in, our flashlights are turning on by themselves almost daily, and we're using a ton of batteries. This was causing many arguments in the beginning, with both of us adamant that we weren't leaving them on. My parents were basically leaving them on. Oops, reread that line. My parents were basically hoarding flashlights, and I don't even know how many we have, but they're basically every size and style, so it's definitely not a defect or manufacturing problem. I figured out what was happening in mid-August when different types of flashlights were turning on near me while my partner wasn't home. Started leaving different types of... I left all these flashlights in my line of sight, and I was checking them periodically. Sometimes they'd turn on 4 or 5 times during the span of an afternoon. Sometimes it's the same one over and over, and other times it's different ones turning on once. This even happened with our safety flashlight in the car while parked in the driveway. Up until this point, the flashlights were only doing the daytime thing with me. When I was on holidays, and now that I'm back at work, it started happening to my partner. He's noticed multiple types of flashlight turning on while left untouched on shelves in the garage. Other strange happenings include water taps inside the house just being on when we walk in. Sometimes it's only cold or hot water, and sometimes it's both. But it's always on full blast and loud enough that you can't miss it or not notice leaving the water on because it's that loud. When I'm alone, I keep seeing a shadow person in the corner of my eye, but no one's there when I look. Interestingly, this doesn't happen if my cat or dog are near me. A dream state I've never felt before that let me communicate with my recently deceased mother. This happened 3 days after my mom passed away from sepsis, pneumonia, and brain cancer. It's January 3rd, 2021. Sleep wasn't an easy thing to come by right after losing your mother. I finally must have started to fall asleep from exhaustion. You know that state between awake and asleep? I remembered feeling very similar to that. The difference was I felt fully plugged into that state of being. Like all time had stopped and someone had paused the moment between being awake and sleep to visit me. I felt a familiar presence. I immediately recognized as my mom's, and some of the more pressing feelings I remember from my mom's side was she didn't have a lot of time to talk. She knew I needed her, and I could only ask yes or no questions. The conversation went something like this. Are you mad at me for how things turned out? No. Could I have done anything different to help save you? No, everything's going to be okay. Yes. Then I felt I couldn't waste this opportunity to just talk with her and began asking what I should do about my older sister. I remember feeling rushed like I had to say goodbye in 3 seconds. I felt like I broke the one rule in that state of being. The one thing that, if you did do, you'd be sent back to your reality. Woke up and was more at peace with it. I ate for the first time, And that night I slept a lot better. I still always try to make that connection, but it's been almost 2 years I haven't had any luck. Furniture moved and doors disappeared. When I was around 7, we had guests visiting, so my 2 brothers and I shared a big bedroom. There were 2 beds and 1 fold-out cot. Everyone went to bed and all was normal. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, my brother woke me up, freaking out a little. He said, "Something's not right," told me to look around. When I looked around the moonlit room, all the furniture was moved all over the place, including the bed I was sleeping in. And a note, I'm a super light sleeper, and this was a heavy-ass bed. I then got up, wandered around the room in awe, trying to figure out how my brother could have moved all this heavy shit. We were only 8 and 10. And with me out, just waking up, or rather without me waking up, I'm sure, assuming this was an elaborate prank at first. I looked over and saw my other brother asleep on his bed, which was now on the other side of the room as well. Dressers were all off the wall and in the middle of the room. Basically, everything was in a new place that made no sense. I told my brother we need to wake up our other one. He didn't think that would go over well because we'd freak them out if we decided not to. Now, I know what you're thinking at this point. Not rocket science, you got pranked, but this is where things get way weirder. My first thought after seeing the room was like, we need to turn the lights on. One problem with that. The switches were completely gone. Yep, as in they disappeared. So now both of us are starting to freak out, and the only light we had on was actually pretty good, was moonlight coming in through the windows. The street light kind of gave us decent visibility as well. Either way, this was the point I knew it wasn't a joke. But wait, it gets weirder. At this point, we just needed to get out of that room. Something was definitely wrong. We both looked for the door, searched all the walls, and that was gone as well. We were now trapped and losing it at this point. Not only was the bedroom door gone, but the closet as well. This went on for about 5 minutes. We tried everything. Pushed on walls, ran around in circles yelling. There was nothing we could do. At the point of almost giving up, totally perplexed and confused, turned around, the actual door suddenly reappeared on the wall and just searched and ran my hands across. My brother took advantage of the opportunity and rushed into the hallway to the top of the stairs, screaming for her parents, whose bedroom was downstairs. My mother rushed to the bottom, asking why we're going crazy with guests in the house in the middle of the night. When we told her what was happening, she didn't believe us. We told her to come look. Note, this all happened in about 10 seconds. But we both turned around and looked back in the room, and everything was back in its original location, including my other brother still sleeping like a log on the cot. Anyways, today me and my brother are professionals, and he chooses not to talk about it with anyone but, anyone but me. When I bring it up, he gets uncomfortable, sighs and shakes his head and doesn't really know what to do, and I guess doesn't really want to revisit it. I know a lot of people have had stuff move around, but to have doors and light switches completely disappear and reappear to multiple people, that was some crazy shit. Hope I never run into something like that again. It's only left me with lots of questions, of which I'm fairly sure I'll never get an answer to.